Okay, we're live.
All right, welcome everyone. We're going to call the October 5th, 2020 Narragansett Town Council meeting to order with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To
the flag
of the United States of America
and to the republic
for which it stands,
one
one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with
liberty and justice for all. Born and unborn.
All right, I'd like to take a moment of silent prayer for Al Alba Sr. He was a member of the community who frequently spoke at meetings, and especially, we haven't seen him for a couple of years, but he was often came and spoke at town council meetings regarding various topics, including economic development. He also was a longtime parishioner at St. Thomas More and St. Veronica's, at which I saw him frequently. So if we can take a moment of silent prayer for him, that would be nice. All right, thank you, everybody. We have the first item of business is the consent agenda. So we have, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved, Jill Lawler.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
All in favor, starting with Mr. Lima,
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray,
Patrick Murray, aye.
Mr. Pugh,
Jesse Pugh, aye.
Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Item number 6 is a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading an ordinance, an amendment of Chapter 26 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Narragansett, Rhode Island, entitled Fire Prevention and Protection. Is there a motion?
Jill Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
All right, discussion. I believe there's a PowerPoint presentation that the chief of the fire department wanted to present on this, but is that correct, Terry?
Yes, and I have that ready when you and they are. I don't know if they want to do an introduction first or ready to go right to the PowerPoint.
Go ahead. Welcome, Chief Partington. How are
Yes,
you?
if I may, thank you, President Minix. Just a little bit of background on this. I'll just spend a couple of minutes on that, and then if Terry would be able to pull up that PowerPoint presentation afterwards. And we also have the fire marshal on this evening as well, Kevin Tuttle. So he'll help navigate through the PowerPoint presentation as well and help to just break that down. So it should be just hopefully just a few minutes, and we'll certainly answer any questions related to it. This is it's a project that we've worked on for quite a while. I want to say it's been at least over a year. It's quite an extensive project. We've done a lot of research on it. The fire marshal in particular has done a lot of research on it. The last real update we've had to the fire code or the fire prevention and protection ordinance in the town was in 2009. So it was a few years ago. And since then there's been several new additions to the NFPA Fire Code 1 and Fire Code 101, which is the fire code and life safety codes. There's been some other amendments to the Rhode Island State Fire Code as well. There's been some variances that have been added, some other guidelines that have come out since then. So the fire marshal felt fairly strongly, as well as I did, about going through the fire ordinance in its entirety and making a complete revision of it, rather than just nitpick out a couple of things. So we looked at it extensively over the last year plus. The ordinance update outlines pertinent duties and expectations of the town's Fire Prevention Bureau. It provides guidance for permitting process. It codifies, as I said, existing state fees and current NFPA Fire Code 1 and 101 life safety. And it provides an avenue to ensure code compliance for the community. There's been significant amendments that have been proposed in this chapter. It's chapter 26 of the Code of Ordinances. And as well, there's an associated amendment to chapter 10 of the Building Officials Ordinance, which essentially takes our plan review fees, fee structure out of the building officials chapter ordinance and places it within the fire prevention and protection ordinance where we felt it should be. As I said, we started this project over a year ago. Since then, there's been significant updates within the fire code, as well as the Rhode Island amendments. Basically, how we took this on was that the fire marshal did his research. He went out and looked at the existing ordinances for our town related to fire prevention and protection. From there, he looked at local communities, what they were doing within their own communities, and as well as he branched out nationally. It all came back to Rhode Island, if you can imagine. Rhode Island being Rhode Island has its own adoption of the fire code, but it also has its own separate amendments that it adopts as well. We looked at some of the neighboring communities, North Kingstown, South Kingstown, Newport, Providence, and Cranston, some of the larger communities. And as well, we kept referencing and going back to the current Rhode Island adopted fire code along with its amendments. So we kept looking at these and using some of their model ordinances as we look to build this out. So again, the last revision that was done, which really wasn't a big revision, was in 2009. The existing code was very narrow in its scope. It didn't really clearly explain the expectations of the Fire Prevention Bureau as it is now. We felt there needed to be some clarity in the permitting process, as well as the fee updates. Basically overall, just to clearly explain what it is that the Fire Prevention Bureau does and what the expectations would be going forward. So the ordinance update outlines some of the pertinent duties of the Fire Prevention Bureau. It provides an avenue to ensure code compliance. We believe it's an important a portion of this update, which is very important, pertains to the recent technological updates that we have worked on with our fire alarm communications equipment. As you know, right now we're switching over to the radio box transmissions for fire alarms in town. That project is ongoing. So this looks to set a timeline, if you will, for that and institute that. So we would be switching over our copper-clad cabling system, which is very dependent upon maintenance, ongoing maintenance, susceptible to the storms, corrosion, the environment, and we're looking to set a time frame on the implementation of that. So that's also included in this update. And so I think what we'll do now is, Terry, if we could just maybe move to the PowerPoint presentation, it'll break down some of the changes within the fire code updates. So rather than just go through the entire package, we can just break that down for you as we go along. So, here it is. So I'll ask Captain Kevin Tuttle, the fire marshal, as well, to come to weigh in on this. So again, as I said, this was a project that was started over a year or maybe a year and a half ago or more, and it's been on the burner for us for quite some time. Everything that we've included within this package, we've reviewed carefully with the town manager, as well as the town solicitor. The clerk, Terry, has helped quite a bit on formatting and putting this all into order for us as we went along. So you can advance to the next slide, Terry. And Kevin, if you would like to just weigh in and just navigate us through some of these points specific points within the code changes.
Sure. Am I on and can everybody hear me?
I can hear you, so I'm assuming everyone else can.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. So essentially, first of all, I'd like to say thank you for having me and I appreciate the time. Just to be brief, this should be a pretty quick presentation. The Narragansett Fire Prevention Ordinance began back in the 80s and was referenced typically from 1956 state general laws governing firefighters. As the chief mentioned, the last update took place around 2009, and it was a very minimal update, just sort of detailing how we hook up our alarm boxes in town and some fees that go along with that. So really wasn't a significant update. We haven't had a significant update in probably 20 years. Since this time, the state of Rhode Island has adopted 2 new NFPA standards, and they're very large undertakings with a lot of changes. They adopted the 2013 fire code and then subsequently the 2015 fire code. Each of those books are a couple thousand pages. So there are changes that happen amongst them that we need to also take into account for our town. So the current ordinance that we have on the books basically just has some plans and rates for fire alarm equipment and boxes. It talks a little bit about tanks, the installation of underground tanks used for combustibles, and a little bit about the regulation of open fires, what's allowed, what's prohibited, what requires a permit, sort of how we handle complaints, and then any penalties for violating the open burning laws. The proposed ordinance that we're looking to adopt tonight, I'm just going to kind of go through all of the sort of larger points and then add a little bit of a brief justification for each one. One of the things that we're sort of required to do by the state is officially adopt and codify the state fire code, which we are obligated to utilize and enforce in the town. It ensures that we'll be compliant with state law, and it also lets our constituents know what standards will be enforced in town. So if they go to our ordinances, they can see exactly where they need to go to look for things if they want to know what we're enforcing and what they need to do to keep their businesses safe. The next thing we wanted to put in there was sort of 2 duties. One would be to enforce the fire and life safety code, which are the codes adopted by the state of Rhode Island. This gives our fire marshals the authority to enforce them in town and outlines our basic duties. And then one of the other responsibilities that myself and a couple other investigators have in the fire prevention office is to investigate all fires. We already do this. We investigate any fire that occurs in town. We look for an origin and a cause and work with the police department to prosecute if there's any sort of criminal act. But it just sort of outlines what we do, provides a requirement for us doing it, and adds a little bit of information for people so they know what we're doing when we're out investigating fires. The next thing that we wanted to talk about was that radio box project. We're moving from a 100 milliamp copper clad telephone pole wire system, for a lack of a better way of putting it, which does require quite a bit of maintenance and equipment in order to do that. We have a bucket truck, we have a lot of wire, we have a lot of equipment for testing and finding breaks in it, and then maintaining these wires as they run all throughout town from our businesses back to our main fire station. So as you can imagine, in a seaside town with a lot of salt water, there is quite a bit of maintenance that requires quite a bit of our time to keep up the system. So we're moving from the wired system to a wireless AM system where radio boxes with small antennas are reporting directly into the fire station. So this area kind of talks about how we do that, what equipment we're using, and then provides a time frame for when everybody's going to need to transition over. We feel it's important that there is a time frame and that there is kind of an end date to it, so that we can ultimately move past the use of wires and into the wireless equipment. The next part talks about registering your local alarms. This is something that there are other entities in town already doing some registrations in order to keep an eye on where the alarms are, maybe the codes that we might need to either turn them off or reset them if the business owner isn't available for us to get in touch with. And we also are required by the state to track and ensure that all businesses are keeping up with what we call UTRs, which are Uniform Fire Alarm Test Reports. So we receive the test reports, we log them in a database, and then we ensure that each business is keeping up with their test reports. So this is just another way for us to see who's doing that, where the alarms are, and then it gives us contact information and any other information we might need if we're responding to these alarms after hours. We already talked about the radio box transition timeframe, so I won't re-go over that. There are a little bit of discussion about fire prevention and inspection fees. This fee has always been in state law. A lot of different entities around the state already utilize it, and basically it's a fee for non-compliance with the fire code. And essentially the way it works is we are obligated to inspect certain businesses in town, and if we go out to inspect and there are 0 violations found, then our inspection is free. If we find violations that are going to require, one or numerous subsequent re-inspections, then we are going to start, hopefully we're going to start charging a fee for each re-inspection in order to go back out there. And this is really just a vehicle for us to ensure compliance. And making sure that people are keeping their businesses safe for all the constituents in town that visit. We did a little bit of updating to the nuisance burning code just to make the language a little bit firmer. One of the most consistent complaints that we get to our office is people burning. Sometimes they're burning legal items, sometimes they're burning illegal items, but outdoor burning and the subsequent nuisance to the neighbors is something that we kind of deal with on a consistent basis. So we wanted to kind of tighten that up, make it enforceable, and make sure we put it in there that we could extinguish those fires if we needed to, if there was an impact to the health or safety of the residents around the people that were burning. We added language to require the removal of waste if it becomes a fire hazard. We do see things build up every once in a while, both outside and inside of houses, and just wanted to have a way, and businesses, just wanted to have a way to, ensure that if it does become a significant fire hazard where it is a life safety issue, either for us as we do our jobs or the people either living or working in these areas, we want to make sure that we have a way for them to kind of clean it up and get that fixed. There's a permitting section, and this is more of an informational section that just talks about what actually legally in state law requires a permit and requires specifically a fire permit. Things like fireworks, tents, mechanical permits, electrical permits for fire alarm systems, sprinklers, all of that stuff is covered in there just to kind of put it out in the ordinance what permits are required for work done in our town. One of the other things that we added that a lot of cities and towns had is a fee for what we label excessive avoidable false alarms. And basically, if your alarm system becomes a nuisance and you're not getting it fixed in an appropriate time, you're not working with the alarm company, if you're just not doing what you need to do to make your alarm system function appropriately, and we continually have to respond to your business. Responding in our vehicles is in itself an inherent danger. We're moving down the road, we're going as if there's an emergency, because until we confirm that there isn't, that's the way we have to treat them. So we want to try to keep these excessive avoidable false alarms to a minimum. So we just wanted a way to kind of ensure that people who are having these issues get them fixed, and we can kind of push them in the right direction. Key access boxes, this is very important, and we're trying to work on this for both businesses and residential homes. We have a lot of seasonal businesses and we have a lot of seasonal homes, and some of them are vacant for long periods of time, and they do have alarm systems. And the last thing that we want to do as a fire department is break something in order to get into your residence or your business, so that we can ensure that there either is or is not a fire going on there or some other incident. So we're trying to find a way to either have boxes that are accessible just to us, where we have proprietary keys that we use to get into them, and then we can get into either the residence or the business to turn off, reset, and investigate the situation, or at least a local key holder with their name and information on file so we can get somebody down to let us into the structure. So there's a whole section, and we have a lot of extra guidance on key boxes, where you can purchase them if you want to use them, how we get into them, the keys that we use, and then kind of where you should put them so that we can find them, you know, when we happen to be there at 3 o'clock in the morning. There's a little bit about crowd management, fire watch, or fire details, as we call them. And that's just making sure that we have people around and available for crowd control, making sure that exits are open, making sure that people are being safe with any of the fire protection equipment, making sure that everybody can get in and out of not only a building, but an area where a large event may be going on. And we really just took a lot of stuff that was already in the code as far as details, and put it into the ordinance so that people understand when they do come into town what may or may not be required of them if they're having a larger event either in or outside of a building. And a lot of that sort of goes back to the chief and what he believes would make it a safer event. And then, as the chief already mentioned, we're moving the plan review schedule into our section of the ordinance. There was a lot of confusion about our plan review fees, which are also set by the state. They were listed under the building code with the title just plan review fees. I don't even believe there was the word fire near them. So people were having a lot of difficulty finding the fire plan review fees in order to know, you know, what it's going to take to either build their home or their business, to kind of add that into the calculation. So we put together a nice chart so that everybody can see what it is, and placed it right into the fire prevention code so that it's right there available and accessible. This is the fee table that outlines anything that we have in there. There's registration for a commercial master box. That's those kind of red house looking boxes on the side of buildings. And they're also the ones that will be moving to radio boxes. They contact us directly. We essentially become, you know, the monitor of those. If anything comes through on them, we respond to check it out. Residential and local registration, that was sort of what we talked about to get the information for local alarms, a key holder, contact info, a code if possible to turn off the alarm if we get there after hours and the building owner is not close by. The fire code inspection fee, that is already discussed. That's, you know, if we happen to go inspect a business and there are violations. Working without a permit, unfortunately, that does happen, you know, every so often, where people start larger projects and they actually disable fire protection devices, making a building unsafe without doing it appropriately. There's the excessive avoidable false alarm schedule, which just kind of talks about how we feel like there should be fees depending on the number. Your first 3 alarms are free. And then after that, unless we can work with you to ensure that you're doing what needs to be done, just a way to avoid the accessible false alarms. And then other violations would just be violations for open burning of illegal substances outside. So that kind of is the fee table. They asked us to put together just a projected revenue. And as we already discussed, all of this would be going directly back into maintaining the current system that we have until it is no longer in use. It is a very expensive system to maintain. As you can imagine, we have a bucket truck, we have a lot of equipment, we have to send people out, and we don't actually have people on staff that regularly do this work. If they're doing it, they're doing it outside of their normal work schedule. So just ensuring that we have the available funds to maintain the system and keep it up as we have over the last probably 30, 40, or 50 years. And then the inspection fees, I truly hope that most of that number is going to go away, you know, as we begin to work with these businesses in a more significant way and ensure that they're compliant when we get there the first time. I think that number is going to decrease, but just having a way to ensure that people are actually fixing the fire code violations that we see, and we're not seeing the same significant violations year after year after year. And then that really is about it. Any questions?
Thank you to both of you. Appreciate it. Both the chief and to Kevin. Does anyone, I'll just go down the council quickly for initial commentary from the council, starting with Mr. Lima.
I don't have any questions at this time, but great job on both.
Mr. Murray.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Are these fees being raised for businesses, Kevin?
Some of them are not existing as of right now. So yes, they would be new fees for businesses.
They're not designated in this PowerPoint of which one's new and which one's old.
I can go through each one if you want. It's
Well, I don't know. I don't know if we got time for that. I mean,
Well,
I don't know. This seems like a lot to digest on a Zoom meeting. All right. Well, I got a couple more questions. How about leaf burning? I mean, can you still go and just get a permit to go burn some leaves in your yard? Is that
you absolutely can get a permit, but burning leaves is not legal. You can burn brush, but
brush? Okay. All right. I've been calling it leaves for the last 60 years, so I guess I gotta restate my position. All right. Combustible tanks. How many combustible tanks are there in Narragansett?
That would be any fuel tanks, whether they be propane or fuel oil, and we have quite a few, whether they be the small ones next to a house or larger underground.
Right. Okay. So it's mostly gas stations and commercial buildings.
Yes.
But they're few and far between. I mean, I don't think we have maybe what, a dozen? 2 dozen?
Over 1,000 gallons, yeah. But if you count residential homes, we have a lot of them. But those are just.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'd like to. I don't know. Can you give a quick breakdown of what's being raised on the commercial properties for fees for fire prevention? I guess we need to hear this.
Let me just jump in a little bit on this as well, and Kevin, you can reinforce this. As far as the new fees related to commercial, if they have an alarm system, which many of them do and are required to, if it's a local alarm system, there would be the registration fee involved of $25. If it's a master box registration, there would be a fee of $150. They would also be required to, if they have a master box, to convert back over to convert to the newer technology of the radio box. And the cost right now for the radio box, which is being held by the vendor for the next, well, until January 1 of 2025, is $2,500, I believe, Kevin, right? For the box itself?
Yes, that's correct.
And then the install is additional, and they're on their own for the install, and that's coming in somewhere in the neighborhood of $1,500, Kevin, is that correct?
Yep.
Yep. So you're looking at about $4,000 for the conversion to the radio box if that business or commercial entity has a master box. As also with any inspection violations, which applies to anyone else, there is that $100 fee for inspection violations.
Right, so this is a state mandated conversion to the new radio box?
No, it's not state mandated. This was a project that we explored years ago, and to convert to the radio box. Many of the surrounding communities are doing the same as well. It's just as the fire marshal explained, the maintenance of this system is costly. It's labor intensive, and you're really not getting much of a
It's old technology.
yeah,
I get it.
it's technology driven is what it is. Yes.
All right, is there is there a probationary period where they got so many years to convert, or
Yeah,
just
it's,
happened January 1st to cough up $5,000?
It's essentially 5 years, but we're into that first year now.
Right,
So it's January 1 of 2025.
okay, so that's the drop dead date,
If as passed in this ordinance, yes.
right? Okay. Yeah, and those are the only fees that have been raised?
The new fees assessed to businesses,
Yes,
for commercial entities. Yes, Kevin, is my about accurate on those?
Yes, it would just be the master box fee, the local alarm fee, and then the if we find violations during an inspection fee.
so, all right. So I don't know what the current fee is and what the new fee is. I mean, is it 50% higher? I mean, God forbid, it's not like the beach fee to get on the beach. I mean, we can't have that, so.
As of right now, none of these fees exist.
Okay, all right, so we'll be implementing. So the box fee, how much is that now?
There isn't one.
There isn't one. Okay, so you're gonna add fee. All right, see, I gotta understand this more before I can vote on this. But right now, I just gotta look more of a detailed schedule of what it. I know you're trying to update everything, but I mean, there's a lot going on with businesses, and I know they got 5 years to do it, but I just can't. I don't have enough information. I can't vote on this tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Pugh,
I think I'm okay for now. I'd like to hear some public comment if there's any, and then I might have a few thoughts after that.
Ms. Lawler,
I have nothing. Thank you. Great presentation, Kevin.
all right, if there's anything additional to that the chief of the fire department would like to add, is there anything, Scott?
I'll just add that we're very, very sensitive, as you know, to what's been going on in the community, really statewide, and how everybody's been impacted by the COVID-19, the pandemic, and businesses were struggles. So we certainly did want to put any kind of financial strain upon the businesses, but we did want to ensure code compliance and enforcement as the years tick on. We actually started this project well in advance of this pandemic, and as you can imagine, things have changed so quickly. But we felt it very important, especially with a lot of building that's going on, a lot of renovation work that's going on in the community to really come out with the codes and establish the expectations of the Fire Prevention Bureau and the enforcement of the codes. But we are extremely sensitive to the business environment as well.
Thank you, and I just want to note that items 6 and 7 are related. So item number 6 is kind of more the substance of what's going on, and 7 is moving. It's more, not to say housekeeping, but moving the ordinance from one section where it used to be more in the section that's more related to fire prevention and maintenance. So just wanted to note that for everybody. Is there anybody, I'm asking a moderator if we have anyone from the public.
Nobody from the public.
All right, hearing none, I can take, I guess, is there any comments from the council?
Matt,
one-
I'll speak up on some of this. Again, I was in public safety for over 20 years. So again, some of these systems that are being implemented, it's technology driven, obviously. And the other side of this is where the way businesses are operating and safety has become big issue, not just here in Narragansett, but nationwide, is most of this stuff that is being implemented is also being implemented, hopefully, to keep the cost of insurance for some of these businesses down. The more you get into the safety issues that you establish within, whether it's a business or residential, you will find that the insurance companies are also jumping on board with being able to put policies together that do help the businesses and do reduce some of the costs. If you don't have some of this newer technology, you may find that your insurance premiums could be a little bit more higher based on the fact that, the implementation of what's trying to be put here is for everybody's safety. So again, I don't know, Scott, how many cities and towns in Rhode Island have already established some of this? I know there was talk, quite some time ago that people were switching over to a lot of different technology that was coming in. So again, it's a 5-year. The businesses right now, as we know, they're hurting. This is over a 5-year period. I think that, again, this could be reevaluated or looked at in 1 or 2 years from now. And if it's something that needs to be, the businesses need some help with it or need a little bit more time, I'm sure some of that can be implemented, but you have to start somewhere. And I believe that, our public safety, both fire and police, are trying to stay on top of things and implement anything that can be put in to help overall with not even only the safety of everybody, but also with the businesses themselves. So I know where they're going with this, and being in public safety, I definitely support this move, and hopefully we can help the businesses if there's a need financially on this.
Mr. Murray.
Okay, I totally agree with Councilman Lehman. Okay, it's just that I think there should be, if we pass a law, is it 5 years to pay for it? I just don't see a fee schedule that what you're trying to do. There's no fee now for it. What's the future fee? I just don't see a schedule that I can digest to have the information to support it. And should we have a 6-month probationary period so the businesses understand what's going on and what the future costs are? It's just that right now with everything going on, everybody's eating outside for starters. So I just don't have enough information to support this. Thank you.
Well, if I may add to that, Councilman Murray.
Please.
As I stated earlier, the new fees that would be enacted are those related to the conversion of the existing fire alarm communication over to the radio technology. That's the larger fee that's involved with this, and that entails a 5-year, almost a 5-year period in which to be able to do that. Our neighboring community in South Kingstown, when they've instituted a capital project such as this, they actually went out and purchased all of the radio communication boxes for those commercial properties or businesses that had it. And then they were being charged over I believe it was a 4 or 5 year period to pay it back.
Right. Okay.
That community went out and bought them outright.
Right.
I think it cost almost $200,000 outright for that whole capital improvement
Right.
project. What we're proposing is that, yes, those businesses would have to go out and buy on their own, but we were able to work with the current vendor to hold the current price for a 5-year period on those boxes.
Right. Okay. Okay.
And that went out for an RFP, and they agreed to that, which I thought was very good, excellent option. But that 5-year period is ending come January
25.
January
Right.
25.
Right.
The other fees associated are those with the inspection fee. And again, they wouldn't be assessed if we'd be able to work with them if there's no violations and
Right.
they maintain their system appropriately according to the fire code. Then they wouldn't be assessed. The issue with having to go back and do further inspections is it's labor intensive. It's a lot of work. It's
Understood. It's habitual offenders.
Yeah.
Trying to weed out.
So I think the largest financial issue, I guess, would be the radio box conversion.
Conversion. Okay. All right. All right. Well, that's what I need to hear. Okay. And you go 5 years, so we could help them if the town council wishes. So that's something we can look at. All right. That's enough information. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Pugh.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm pretty clear on it now. Basically, it's a new standard that we're passing. So every business has to adhere to the new technology. They have 4 years to get up to the standard, and they will be able to buy these new systems at a rate that the town has negotiated to be frozen for the next 4 years. So it makes sense to me. It has to happen. The timing with COVID on the surface seems bad, but again, they have 4 years. So hopefully for all of us, COVID is a distant memory at that point. It does look like one person has their hand up. I don't know if it was up earlier, but I did notice that. But otherwise, I'm good with this.
Yep.
Ms. Lawler.
I have one question, and Kevin, you're really great at writing grants, but also since we do have the Take It Outside grant available, I know Jim, you're writing for it right now, and the town chamber is as well. Is there any chance that, although it's called Take It Outside, obviously these businesses are hurting, is there any chance that we could use some of the grant money for small businesses and provide some relief for the box conversion with that money?
I don't think the Take It Outside grant would cover that. However, we could look for some grant money available that could assist our local businesses in achieving this goal of getting the master boxes upgraded. We could look at that, but the Take It Out grant would not, it's pretty specific on what it could be used for.
Okay, if we can look into some grants, I mean, Captain Tuttle has been the best guy out there writing grants, and I think he can do it for us. I'm in your corner, Captain, you can do it.
All right, thank you. All in favor, we're starting with Mr. Lima.
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray.
Patrick Murray, aye.
Mr. Pugh.
Jesse Pugh, aye.
Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Item number 7 is a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading an ordinance and amendment of Chapter 10, Buildings and Building Regulations, Article 2, entitled Permit, within Section 10-32, entitled Plan Review Fees, Fire Safety of Code of Ordinances of the Town of Narragansett, Rhode Island. Is there a
So
motion?
moved, Lawler.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
This does piggyback on the prior item because these two are related. I just want to see if there's anything that the fire chief would like to add.
No, other than, yes, they are related. And, we had to just clarify where the fire fees were going to be located. And as I stated earlier, it takes it away from the building officials chapter and places it within the fire protection and prevention chapter.
All right. This is the less substantive of the two motions. That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So with that, all in favor, we'll start with Mr. Lima.
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray.
Patrick Murray, aye.
Mr. Pugh,
Jesse Pugh, aye.
Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Item 8 is a motion to approve the purchase of one new 2021 custom-built Dodge 5500 Horton ambulance from Greenwood Emergency Vehicles LLC in the total amount of $253,701 using the HGAC buy program, and authorizes the town manager to sign the contract after review by the town solicitor. Is there a motion?
So moved, Jill Lawler.
Is there a second?
Second, Richard Lima.
Discussion. I'm gonna, Scott, would you like to do a brief summary of this item?
Certainly, thank you. This is a capital improvement project. It was really the only one that capital improvement project that we held on to this year. Everything else was cut from the capital improvement requests that we had put forward. This replaces one of our older rescues, which is a 2007 or 2008, I believe. It's overdue to be replaced. So this would give us the ability to take that rescue, sell it, replace it with a new rescue, and bring this in, and then rotate out our existing newer rescue to the outline station, which we've been doing regularly.
Great. I'm going to ask if there's any initial commentary from the council, starting with Mr. Lima.
Yeah, just so that, Scott, so that people understand, the rescues are pretty much, in this town, a very primary, first responding vehicle. I'm not going to get into how many runs, you go on, but, these vehicles, if people are around town, they're all about. We actually even do some mutual aid runs with the town of South Kingston. So when it comes to public safety, the rescues are probably the most important vehicle that's out there in the fire system as far as EMS calls. And, you know, they need to be replaced. They're worked on very hard. They don't last as long as people would think. I know people think, well, maybe we can get 15, 20 years out of them, but these things run 24/7. So I'm glad to see that we're finally in a program that we're replacing vehicles when needed to be replaced. And then we're still getting some money for, you know, the vehicles that we're taking off the front line. So I thank you very much for this.
All right, Mr. Murray,
I'm all set.
Mr. Pugh,
I'm good.
Ms. Lawler.
I'm good.
All right. Anyone from the public?
Nobody from the public.
All right. All in favor, starting with Mr. Lima,
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray,
Aye.
Mr. Pugh,
Jesse Pugh, aye.
Ms. Lawler,
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Item number 9 is a motion to adopt the proposed 2021 Narragansett beach fees as per the resolution establishing the Narragansett Beach Facilities fee schedule for the 2021 season, and to designate the west lot as non-resident employee parking lot and south and north lot as resident taxpayer lots during beach operational hours, and to designate the south, north, and cabana lots of the beach with no fee to Narragansett residents, taxpayers, facility lessees, and west lot for non-residents from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. during the beach season. Is there a motion?
So moved, Jill Lawler.
Is there a second?
Second, Richard Lima.
Discussion. So this item comes as, over the last several years, we have been trying to get the beach to be more resident friendly. We've had a lot of commentary from members of the community about that. So we are, these are in line with that philosophy. We had a lot of crowding if we go back 4 or 5 years ago on the beach. And so this is the raise in the walk-on fees primarily. If you look at the item, the raise is going to these to the walk-on fees and to the daily parking fees. So again, those would be the daily rates. I'm going to just turn it over briefly to our Parks and Rec Director, Steve Wright. He also was in attendance at a work session in which we were briefed in detail, and wanted to thank him for providing that information to us at the work session a few weeks ago. Steve, if you're out there, if you want to go ahead.
Good evening, Council President. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and great to be able to provide this information. So as Council President said, every single year at the end of the beach season, while it's fresh in everyone's mind, we do a review of the beach season and review the pluses and minuses, what worked, what didn't work. And we also, as you all know, we go over this same data with the Rec Advisory Board. We met with the Rec Advisory Board on August 19th, this past August, to review the beach season. And we had a workshop with the town council on September 14th. So as a result of both of those meetings, we're proposing tonight a new online beach pass and parking pass system for 2021. With in-person, we're still going to keep our in-person sales office at the beach in May, as we typically do. We also want to limit the number of resident transferable passes to 5, which we did this year, and increase the price from $100 to $75. That price was, we did have that price at $100 a few years ago. We want to put that back to $100. We want to increase the daily admission fee from $10 to $15, and increase the daily parking fee from $10 on weekdays and $15 on weekdays to $20 7 days a week. We also want to use the west lot for non-resident parking only 7 days a week and eliminate the use of the south lot for non-resident parking throughout the week as in past years. We also want to have the beach staff monitor and restrict without fee the north, south, and cabana lots from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. from Memorial Day to Labor Day, when the beach is open for residents and taxpayers and drivers with Narragansett driver's licenses. I just want to state as part of our mission, we want to recognize that the beach is a town asset, and as such, all policies, fees, parking, lockers, cabanas should first serve town resident taxpayers. And we operate the beach as a self-sustaining financial enterprise that creates no additional tax burden on a town resident. So, you know, we work very hard and each and every year. And again, I want to thank Bill Eckert and the beach crew this year. And I also want to thank the Rec Advisory Board. They're the folks that have proposed these fees. And Tom Warren is with me tonight to answer any questions that you all may have. Thank you very much.
I thank you very much. Thank you for your hard work and effort at the beach season after season. I've appreciated it on my time on the council. I want to just get initial commentary from the council, and then we will go to the public. If there's initial commentary, starting with Mr. Lima.
So once again, I'm the liaison that sits on the Beach Advisory Board. And, you know, again, this board is made up of town residents from all areas of towns. Some of the members on the board have been directors of other parks and recreation departments in other cities and towns. We have retired business people, educators, and others who have managed large organizations that do sit on this board. They reach out to the community. They reach out to the people that they know. They're at the beach. They ask people at the beach what they want, what could they better do, as well as each year there's a, you know, the beach puts out a little survey, and they ask people to, you know, give us a little input. And I think overall, one of the number one things that you will look at will be, you know, how can we keep the crowds down and, you know, parking for residents. That's the biggest thing. Now, up till now, the west lot has been closed. So this west lot is going to be open now to non-residents to be able to park. And there is a fee. But again, there are other places in Narragansett that if this price is a little bit pricey for a family of 4, I've heard some people say, gee, it's going to cost $80 to go to the beach. Well, no, it's not. You can go down to Scarborough or Sand Hill Cove. And, you know, I think down there it's $10 a carload. So basically here, it's a resident beach. The residents want to see a little bit more elbow room on it. We're trying to create a little bit more elbow room on it. And with COVID, we definitely had to create some elbow room on it. So again, it's not that people can't go to the beach. They can go, non-residents can go, but there's a fee. And there's a certain amount of money it takes to run that beach. And we have to continue to maintain the maintenance on that beach and the cleanliness that they have on that beach, that people will tell you it's one of the cleanest beaches you'll ever go to. The bathrooms are spotless. Everybody is happy the way things are going. Because the concession stand people, if you want to read into it a little bit, they pay an exorbitant amount of money to lease out that concession stand. And when I first saw the numbers, I didn't believe how much they would pay, but it tells you that they're doing okay. The people that go to the beach, residents, non-residents, are supporting it. So again, on that side of the coin, I think that the residents have spoken that, you know, they want some elbow room. I chatted with a few businesses today, in this past week. And, you know, some of the comments that came and emails came about going to hurt local business. I'll say this much. I talked to a business on Boone Street, and that business told me right out, there's no place to park in town. So people that park everywhere in town tie up those parking places. And this person said, I'm trying to run a business, and up till 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, I've got beach people parking all in front of my place of business and around the area. And that does not help me. So putting more people down on the beach is not going to help my business. It's actually hindering it. So again, you have to look at the big picture here. You know, people get off the beach, they got bathing suits on. I've always said, where are they going to go? They're looking for, you know, up the road, they may stop at the Willows, they'll stop and get ice cream, they'll stop at a pizza parlor, but they're not going to go to the Coast Guard House and most of those restaurants unless, you know, they have a full shower facility that they're going to shower and change clothes and do all that. But that doesn't happen. And I think if people took a survey on that, they would find that it's a very, very small percentage of people that once they go to the beach, they're going home. So I'll let other people speak, but that's the input that I have. Thank you.
We're going to go with, I'm sorry, Mr. Murray. Any initial commentary?
Yeah, I had a couple questions for Steve.
Yes, sir.
And I'll go easy on you, Mr. Wright. I know
That's
I
quite all
won't
right.
put you in the middle of anything.
I've been around before.
Yes, sir. We still haven't got a final report for this season, correct?
Well, as I tried to explain during the workshop, a lot of people, we have two different systems here. We have a calendar system and we have a fiscal system.
Correct.
And so what a lot of people like to do is wrap their hands around a calendar year. So what I present every year, and we've been doing it for years, is
Right.
give you the calendar, the beach season. So when people think of a beach season, they think between Memorial Day and Labor Day. So when I'm giving you the revenue and I'm giving you some of the expenses, it's because that's what we get off our rec program. And those are accurate numbers. That's revenue we're taking in every single day. And those are expenses as far as our payroll. And as you notice in some of those slides I gave you without FICA, but I was giving you comparisons from our payroll every year. And I will note, I hope you all realize that as of October 1st, minimum wage went up another $1. And so when you're starting off with, 120 plus employees up to 140 employees, when you increase the minimum wage, everyone above them goes up. So that's what I was trying to point out. So unfortunately, the fiscal year, and Christine is on board tonight. She wasn't with us at the workshop. She'll explain to you, we get our fiscal report from July 1st to June 30th. So if I was reporting to you all the beach season from July 1st to June 30th, that doesn't make a lot of sense to a lot, including myself. So the same thing with expenses. But I can tell you, we've been doing this every single year, and different councils have been voting for increases in policies on the same packages we've been reviewing every year. And I can tell you, yes, COVID's different, but we're still with the loss of revenue this year and the minimum wage going up and the expenses going up, we need to increase our revenue. Now, where that comes from, as I respectfully say, we run the beach professionally. How is proposed, the fees and policy, that's your job.
Right. But normally, don't we do this normally in November? This is the earliest I remember that we actually,
No,
voted on a.
no, not
Have we had some
necessarily.
October meetings before?
Well, I've been here, this is my 8.5, I'm here about 8.5 years. We've done basically the same time frame. Sometimes
Okay.
it's October, sometimes it's November. It really depends. I
Right.
mean, it really depends on the schedule.
So all these fees are gonna be in a pamphlet next year.
Yes,
Okay, so this is gospel.
yes.
All right, all right. So I don't know. I still got a problem with that gate fee for the beach. I've had businesses call me, the ice cream shops, the pizza shops, and they're not the Coast Guard house, but they still have mouths to feed. And they feel that raising the beach fees to, by 50% is gonna have an impact on their business. So again, these fees are adjustable. Wouldn't it be prudent to raise it $2 and then adjust it later in the event that COVID's around? And the reason we had this problem, unruly beach this year, it was my understanding, is because the governor closed Scarborough Beach. Wouldn't you say that's true, Steve?
There's many different factors and
Right,
what happened.
right. But
Many different-
COVID-19 has definitely, gave us a different landscape on the normal beach to beach operation.
Well, number one is we did not collect $225,000 for non-resident parking in the north lot. However, folks still found ways to be able to get onto the beach, even with restrictions. Remember, we kept our numbers down because of COVID. Now, some may point out that we didn't, but we did. If you look at it, that's why I put that, everything's transparent. We have nothing to.
Listen, I am not questioning your impeccability or your numbers or anything. I'm just trying to understand the 2020 beach landscape. And if we're restricting parking at the north lot, then they're gonna go park out in front of a business on Boone Street.
But there needs to be a comprehensive approach. Because
exactly.
what I firmly believe is that the parking, the businesses that are being affected on Boone Street is because the non-residents are actually parking on Boone Street and on the seawall and affecting that business, because we certainly monitor that. They're in Sprague Park, they're parking everywhere, and you can ask the chief. That's why he was giving out more tickets this year than any other year. And so, we can do all we want at the beach, but if you don't tackle the parking, people are going to go to that beach regardless of what the fee is and what we're doing, unless you tackle it's got to be a comprehensive approach. And that's why I say we're here to run the beach professionally. I've been doing it all my life. I can only give you input, but we see every single day. And I can tell you the day trippers, clearly the day trippers, whether we can debate this all night, we see them get in their car. Yes, they may stop for ice cream on the way home, but they're got wet bathing suits and they're going home. It's the people that come in and they go home, take a shower, they have bed and breakfast, if they're in bed and breakfasts or the weekly rentals, they're the ones that go home and shower, and then they're using all the facilities in town. We talk to them. We talk to them all the time. They're people that at the beach, whether at the state beach or the town beach.
Okay, but by not having, we used to have non-resident parking in the north parking lot, correct?
That's correct.
No,
not in the north lot, in the south lot.
In the south lot.
And all we're suggesting is eliminating that. That was only on weekdays. We're just eliminating that completely and keeping West Lot, which I think is a much easier way of doing it, keeping that non-resident 7 days a week.
Right. But by restricting parking for non-residents, okay, aren't they filtering into the neighborhoods?
Well, that was
creating a parking problem.
That was this year. Next year, we're proposing opening up West Lot 7 days a week, even from 5 to 8 o'clock at night.
Right. Right. Now the 5 to 8, run that by me again. That is going to be monitored by the town, and in that south lot only, you can only have a Narragansett driver's license.
Well,
is that the way I read that?
Yeah. So exactly what we did this year, from 5 to 8. for our residents, because remember, this beach is being operated just like the mission statement I just read earlier.
Right.
Our residents deserve, a lot of them work, they need to be able to come home and have access to their beach. This year was different. Forget about this year. Next year, we want to be able to provide the paved parking lots, the north lot, the south lot, and the cabana lot's a little bit different because you have to have a hang time. But from 5 to 8, provide access to our resident taxpayers and anyone carrying a Narragansett driver's license into those lots. And then any non-resident will use the west lot. So next year they can use the west lot, and there's
Right.
plenty of space in the west lot.
Have we ever done that before?
No, we have not.
So somebody who's in South Kingston can't just pull into the south lot, drive around, park for 5 minutes and turn around and leave?
Well, again, this is something we're proposing for next year.
Right, correct. Yeah, I just don't see resident only parking between 5 and 8. I think it's, I don't think, is there a problem with parking between those times? I just,
Well, let me explain.
I'm not
something to
down
you.
there. I'm on my boat on Narrow River. I go and park at the mouth and that's it,
Good
I
for
don't
you.
walk down. I walked down the beach a couple times because I heard there was, crazy kids down there, and then a couple of your guys got assaulted. I
And
mean,
that's
is
true.
that another issue that?
That's true, but let me answer the 5 to 8.
Okay.
Let me answer the 5 to 8. It's not every single day, but what happens at 5 o'clock in past years, there's a whole new population of people that show up because
Right.
everything is free.
Right.
All the amenities that the councilman pointed out. I don't like to pat our staff on the back, but I will. That we have clean amenities, we have the cleanest beach, we have the best lifeguards. All of that's true, and that's why people are attracted to come here, and I get that.
Right.
But what happens is that for that reason only, people that come in from 5 to 8 in parking lots are jammed, and then our residents can't get in, and we are hearing from them all the time.
Right.
All we're
right,
saying is give the paved parking lot to our resident taxpayers.
right.
let the
And let them park in the
non-resident
west
use-
lot. I got it. All
Let them walk across the street.
Right. If they want to go bad enough, they'll walk across the street.
Exactly. And
Okay.
try it for 1 year. If it doesn't
Yeah.
work, we'll go back to it. It's not,
right.
I don't think it's that big of a deal.
All right. I'm just trying to understand this because we went through that work session and I still had a couple more questions. The $15 fee. Now, wouldn't it be better? I mean, since this is going to be gospel, shouldn't we print it as, go with a 12, and if we have to raise it, we can raise it? Because I think if you put it 15, you're going to scare people off. I don't know.
Well, I'm chairman of the rec advisory board because they're the ones who proposed the fees and unanimously. And I really would prefer to him to speak on the fee proposal because
Okay.
that's something that they brought
Sure.
to the
Let's hear from
department.
Tom.
Okay,
Yep.
so I'll let him speak on.
Sure.
Oh, I was going to see, Tom, if you were, that's right. You said you were going to be in the office. So thank you for joining us. And one thing just everyone needs to note is that we do this work session every year at the end of the season because the fiscal year cuts in the middle of the summer. So the fiscal year for the enterprise fund analysis doesn't give you what you need when you're analyzing a summer beach season. In fact, some entities have actually changed their fiscal year if they're beach oriented because of that. So we have that, and Steve had a very complete work session year after year on that, and that's done purposely in the fall, right after everything has closed down, so that we can see what the summer looked like. It's as he said, it's a calendar year view, meaning a summer view. But I'm gonna have the chair of the Rec Advisory Committee go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tom Warren. I serve as the chair of the Rec Advisory Board. Like the director was saying, this is a process that we go through every year at this time of year. It's like we used to do when I was in the fire department. What went right, what went wrong, and what can we improve? And while all this information is fresh in our minds, we like to take a look at this and make the changes that are appropriate. So when the rec board met, in relation to the fees, we decided that the fee change would be appropriate at $15 versus say $12, going from 10 to 15. I know it's portrayed to be on a percentage basis, but it's only $5. You know, it's not a large amount of money. It's $5. And why we did that was so that the people, staff that are working in the parking lots or working at the entrance at the gates, minimize their contact with the public. There's less change making to be done. People come up with a $10 and a $5 bill or a $20 bill. You know, it's quick, it's easier. And every time somebody comes in with $12, you're always making change. It's a lot more work. It slows the process down, and it's a lot more exposure to the public. That was one of the big reasons why we did that. Also, we're trying to maintain a good, healthy fund balance in the enterprise fund. As you know, the enterprise fund funds a lot of things. Not every year is a sunny summer like we had this year. Some years it rains every day, and we still have the same expenses. This next year, we're looking at expenses $1 an hour for every employee at the beach. We're going to add a new lifeguard chair 7. So there's 2 lifeguards there from 7:30 in the morning until 6 o'clock at night every day. We're going to put a new booth in over across the street in the west lot so we can collect the fees over there. So our costs are going up, plus our regular costs of trash removal and beach maintenance, fuel, and so forth to power all the equipment. So we thought that this was a minor increase. Again, it's $5. It's not a lot of money, and we felt that it was justifiable.
Right. All right. Plus the minimum wage, that's going to boost it to what, 11%, 12% across the board?
Across the board, up and down for every employee we have.
Yeah. So that's a gut punch right there.
And one of the other things that we have to do is we've had to add more security people to the beach because we've had 2 assaults on 2 of our people. One of them was a felony assault because the people were over 65 years old. Those people were arrested. It was reported on. Another one of our young security, one of the young women who serves as security, a beach patron grabbed her by the lanyard and yanked her down to the ground and assaulted her when she was just trying to find out if he had a beach pass or not. So we have to have more security on the beach. And we have the usual problems with his numerous fights and alcohol related rescue responses and so forth. So all those things, it adds up year over year. So again, it's $5. We don't consider that to be excessive.
Understood. Tom, I'm glad you brought up security. Is there a police detail there?
Well, there is. It's not a police detail where they walk up and down the beach all day long. There's a detail, there's undercover details that are happening over there when we have a surge of illegal activities going on. And the police do stop by. I've seen them stop by many times in uniform. They pull in with their patrol car, they get out, they walk around the beach. They kind of make their presence known, and then they leave. And then they'll come back again later on during the day. They don't have a set schedule, but you'll see them there quite frequently.
Right. But do you think it's time to have a detail there while the beach is open because of the, recent incidences this year?
I think that's something that the director needs to deal with the town manager. I don't know if that's something I should be, discussing.
Right. Well, I don't know. I mean, that's another thing I keep hearing about, that behavior on the beach has deteriorated. I don't know if it's COVID or whatever, but
Well, when we held our meeting, we take a look at the beach survey in particular. And the last one we had to work with was the 2019 one. The most recent one just came out. And it's like 89% of the people that responded were residents. Right. And over again, I can go through them here, page after page. There's over 200 responses. And it's over and over again. It's overcrowding on the beach. It's no parking available for them. There's security issues on the beach. Then the occasional, drunken student or the dog on the beach or the loud music. But predominantly, overwhelmingly, it's the overcrowding, having a place to park. And if we're trying to promote a resident-friendly beach, these are the things that we have to focus on. Because this is what we're seeing in evidence in terms of the beach survey. And this is what our friends and relatives are telling us. The community, the community that makes these decisions are people from this town. It's a microcosm of all the residents in town. We all have family and friends. We all talk to one another about all things Narragansett. So we have a really good prism that we make this decision. We understand what's going on because some of us are on the beach regularly. We talk to family and friends, and we have the data from the survey. So this wasn't just a haphazard decision. This was researched and thought out. And again, we came to like $5. And we thought by opening up the west lot to non-residents, that would be very appealing.
Right. Do you think though, the governor closing the state beaches or lowering it to, she had it open to 75% at one point, then she lowered it to 25%. And that's about the time where things started getting unruly on the beach. And I called up Steve when I heard about it. I said, just raise the gate fee to $15 and to control the crowd. That was my exact expression. But, I mean, but the thing is, we are a tourist town. I don't want to scare tourists, and I want to protect residents, but we have to find a happy medium. And you think this is the happy medium?
I do. I mean, Narragansett's been a resort community since the 1880s.
Correct.
We know this, and there always has to be a balance. Over the years, there's become more and more people coming to the beach with the proliferation of Airbnb, hotels, and so forth. There's more people that want to come to the beach. There's only a finite amount of space on the beach.
Correct.
So you don't accommodate so many people. So to manage that, we have to put these kinds of policies into place.
Correct.
And most of if you look at some of these other cities and towns around, I did some research in other cities and towns. There's places that charge $40-$45 for park in Massachusetts down towards the Cape. Right. If you want to go to Block Island for the day, you're going to park your car across the street from the Block Island Ferry. It's going to cost you $15 this year. Next year, it's going to be $20. So, right. We're kind of in that line. We're not really out of whack.
Right. Okay. Well, the recent increase in minimum wage is just, that's going to take a chunk out of next year's revenue. So
yeah.
All right. Thank you, Tom.
It's so we're responsible to make good decisions. So
understood.
We know to keep the enterprise fund healthy.
Understood.
We have to make decisions that keep it healthy because it doesn't impact the taxpayers, nor should it. So we want to keep that separate.
Since the workshop, I got a lot of feedback, and I'm just trying to clarify on a couple issues people weren't clear on. So
sure.
All right. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go. I guess we still got to go with the council members. So thank you for Stephen to Tom. And again, this is resident-friendly beach. That's what we've been fighting for and advocating for. And because that's what the residents have been telling us over the last 3 or 4 years. And in the past, there was different approaches to how this was handled 10, 15 years ago. But that has been the general vibe of what people want at the town beach. And it is, after all, their tax money and their recreation. And the 5 to 8 is related to that. The 5 to 8 issue, we had a lot of feedback from residents saying, I don't really go to the beach until later in the day, and it can be a little bit chaotic down at the beach in the 5, 6 o'clock frame. Here, we're still allowing the parking on the west lot, but we're trying to minimize some of what they were concerned about. So we'll go to Mr. Pugh for initial commentary.
Thanks. So I'll start this conversation by saying that the residents are the priority in this town when it comes to going to the beach. We all agree on that. The residents have the ability to purchase season passes, season parking passes, priority parking. That is one of the benefits of being a resident in Narragansett, and it's a good benefit. So we'll get that out of the way. What we want to talk about are the policies today. And I guess I'll start by clearing up a couple of misstatements from this evening. So this is earlier than normal to pass these sort of changes. You can take a look. What we typically do is pass these in either November or December. 2017 policies were passed in January. 2018 were passed after the election because I was on the council that term. So we actually waited till after the election to do it. This is the earliest in years. I can't find any time that it's been done this early. And to be honest, it's suspect that this is being done before the election. This should be done by the next council. There's no reason to rush it. We don't have the operating expense numbers. So how do we pass increases without knowing what the bottom line was this year? How do you do that? We made $2.1 million in revenue this year. And every year previous to this, except for 1 year, our expenses were under 2 million. So that would lead to a very small profit or possibly a very small loss. But without having those numbers, we just don't know. So again, why rush this when we don't have the numbers? We don't have the beach survey. The beach survey didn't even go out until after these recommendations were made. Again, why rush it? We could wait for the survey, and we could wait to see that operating expense. So we're going to base these changes off a survey from 2 years ago. How do you do that? Get the results from this year, and we can make decisions based off of that. What else do we have? I find it, I don't know if it's interesting, if it's disappointing, but because people that go to the beach for the day don't go to the Coast Guard house, so they go to Twin Willows or they go to Brickley's, is that any less important to those businesses?
Right.
Those are the businesses that need the seasonal customers. Coast Guard house is doing just fine. Brickley's, Twin Willows, small restaurants in the pier, they need those visitors. There has to be a balance here. The residents are the priority, but our businesses matter in Narragansett. They literally have 3 months every year to make their money. We received emails from, a long email actually, from the owner of Bike Stop Cafe, who was pretty clearly against these policy changes. And that was co-signed by another 20 businesses in the pier. So 20 businesses that do not want these increases to go. We got a letter from the president of the Southern New England Chamber of Commerce telling us that, let's see, that the proposed increase may have a negative impact on the nearby businesses and see a decrease in customer traffic. And in the middle of COVID, is urged that we do not make these changes. So that's the Southern New England Chamber of Commerce, 20 businesses right here in the pier. I'm not sure where our Chamber of Commerce is on this, but I know where the larger chamber is on it. These are increases of residents and non-residents. It's an increase of 33% on the transferable passes. It's an increase of 50% or 100% on daily parking for residents that don't buy a parking pass. I am happy to see the West Lot open from 5 to 8 because a lot of restaurants in the pier need those people to come in and grab a bite before they go to the beach, come in for dinner. I lived a block away from the town beach for 5 years. We used to go and bring pizza on the beach, hang out on the beach after work between 5 and 6 o'clock. For 5 years, not a single time did I drive to that parking lot and get turned away because there wasn't parking. So, I mean, it's good to see the West Lot is going to be used. It's better than nothing. There are other beaches. So if we have people that want to go to Narragansett and now they don't want to pay that extra $20 for their family of 4, and they could just go to Sand Cove or they could go to Scarborough, it's true they could do that. But by doing that, they're going to be going Route 1 to Point Judith Road. So the people that would have been going down Boston Neck or going into the pier are now going to the south end. So you just described a negative effect on businesses. That's what it is. The beach typically generates between $500,000 and as high as $800,000 in profit per year. If you look at the numbers, that's what it says. We have $4.3 million in our reserve. We're not in any sort of trouble right now. Last year was not ideal. We know that. But a 50% increase in passes, to me, that's a lot of money. I don't know. $5 to me, especially with a family, $5 per person seems like a lot of money to me. So the $1 minimum wage increase, I definitely a valid point. What is that gonna, in real numbers, what is that gonna increase the expenses? Do we know that?
11%
Okay, so 11%.
across the board.
So the $600,000 it looked like we were at, so that'd be $60,000 increase. So if we raise
66.
the 66,000, so if we raise the daily passes by $1, we sold 112,000 daily passes this last year. So $1 would increase our profits by $112,000. Or if we, like Patrick said, if we do a $12 daily admission, that'd be a $224,000 increase just on daily passes. So we can make up some of these extra expenses without doing something so drastic as going to $15 for the daily pass. And as for, you know, what other beaches charge, when we talk about what it costs to get on a beach elsewhere in Rhode Island, the difference is that these are parking fees. These aren't walk-on fees. So when we say it's $40 to park or it's $15 to park somewhere, that's for a car. That's for 4 people. That could be for 5 people. We are looking to charge $15 per person to walk on and then $20 to park. So these are not comparable to other beaches in Rhode Island. They're not. With all this said, you know, I think this should be continued. I think this should be tabled. The next council should deal with this. If that doesn't happen, I think we need to look for a compromise. I think Patrick's idea of $12 makes sense. It's an increase, but 15, you know, we have to support our businesses and our residents at the same time. So thank you.
Ms. Lawler.
Steve, can you remind me of the last 5 years? It was in 2016, we were just charging $8 and then we've been at 10 ever since.
2017, we charged $8, raised to $10 in 2018, 19, 20. So yes, everything actually changed from 2017 to 2018. And then as far as the resident parking and resident admission season passes, those have stayed the same since 2011.
Okay, so we've had a very, very flat fee. We haven't had an increase in a long time. So although, you know, you're saying 5 is a lot, it's been stretched out. It's long in coming due. I also took the opportunity to give Joe Veely, who's the chamber director of South Kingstown, a call today after reading his email. And I asked him, so how many members have contacted you from Narragansett? He said 2 from the pier and 1 from Saunderstown area. And he said, and I do respect Joe an awful lot. He said that he wrote the letter because he felt himself concerned for potential for businesses. So the fact that there was an onslaught of people calling in to Joe, that's just not an accurate representation of what occurred and why he wrote that letter. I think that the beach bar board and Tom, you did a great job. It is a resident beach. Narragansett Town Beach is for the residents. And we do have the ability to have non-residents join. As pointed out by many people, we have 3 beaches down the road that are beautiful, that people will drive hours to go see. So I just think that this is a great job by the beach staff, and we need to have this increase. We already have that $1, as Patrick, you said, it's 11%. Steve, what does it cost a week right now to operate the beach?
To operate the beach? Well, again,
just a good guesstimate is good. Because the point that Tom made was an excellent one, that we had a very good season this year. What happens if we don't next year? We're going to have a lot of extra money saved up.
Well, I can go by payroll alone. It's somewhere around. It depends if we go into holiday weeks. It's somewhere around $50,000 a week for payroll alone, and then you add in all the other costs. Because again, I take a look at just removing the beach debris. That costs us $6,000, and then we talk of disposal. We have the rubbish removal. We have all the other costs. So again, everything is going up, and it's a business.
I understand. So we're talking really about the cost, but we also need to talk about the cost of the erosion, beach erosion, the cost of having too many people on the beach as well. I know I see a hand up of someone who is a specialist in this, in ocean work, and I can't wait to hear her present the information she has about the issues with having too many people be on a beach as well. I'm ready to hear from the public. Matt, I have no more.
Yeah, well, they're next. So just one note on the enterprise fund too, that's important to keep that fund balance healthy, because there are times that the beach is not going to, we can have a rainy season and there can be significant losses because we're still paying a lot in operational costs. And we also want to be aware of natural disasters, which my first year on the council, I've said it many times, the taxpayers actually had to essentially bail out the beach enterprise fund. So that's the reason we keep that cushion and that fund balance as strong as we can. So I'm going to ask our moderator who we have from the public. And I was going to ask for Tom, but I forgot that he was going to be with Steve. So I'm glad he was able to speak. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Dan, right now to have our speakers weigh in.
First person is Michael Millen.
All right, please name and address for the record. All right, we're going to come back to Mr. Millen. Who do you have next, Mr. Holland?
Next is Gail Scowcroft.
I hit unmute in the middle, and then up here it said, do you want to unmute?
Oh, that's Michael. Michael.
Oh, am I good?
You're good.
Okay, sorry. Michael Millen Jr., 65 Tupelo Trail. So considering a 50% increase in prices, never mind being an unprecedented time, is price gouging just for the sake of price gouging. This is going to directly affect our local business owners, especially those in the pier, by discouraging a family from visiting Narragansett Town Beach when they can go to any of the state beaches for a fraction of the price. We have already asked our business community to make sacrifices that are financially unsustainable, and to further limit the accessibility of our community to non-residents is absurd. What's the true goal of this proposal? If we're looking to increase revenue, let's increase our ticket enforcement and increase illegal parking penalties. Let's explore hourly or metered parking. Let's explore what other coastal communities like Newport are doing, such as utilizing resident stickers, restricting parking. Let's not continue to discriminate against those who are not, Let's not continue to discriminate against those who are not fortunate enough to afford to live in our town, and instead find ways to entice them to visit and experience the restaurants and businesses that we have to offer. Do we want to have the reputation of a town of privilege? Thank you.
Gail Scowcroft, you said was next. Name and address for the record. Dan, if you can open her up.
He is ready.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And first, I'd like to say thank you to Steve and all of the team that manages our incredible beach for the hard work and the improvement in the management and operation of this beach over the last 8 years. It has been an extraordinary improvement for those of you that don't remember what was happening 10 years ago when we founded Friends of the Narragansett Town Beach to deal with the mismanagement that was happening. And I'm listening to you guys quibble about go to 12, go to $15. The issue of our beach is really not revenue. Of course, that's important. But what has what has come out of the surveys that we started 10 years ago, we being the Friends of the Town Beach, and now the Parks and Rec Department does the survey, what we have found all these years is the same issue, and that is we have exceeded something that's called the carrying capacity of our beach. And as a scientist, I want to stress that we are not managing our resources using science. We probably can't afford to do a carrying capacity study, and that's probably why it hasn't been done. But we do need to acknowledge that we have exceeded the carrying capacity of Narragansett Town Beach. There's something called the physical carrying capacity of a beach, and that is where the limit beyond which problems arise has been exceeded. And those problems include things like overcrowding and parking and pollution. And there's the social carrying capacity, and that is the crowding perception, and that's what's being that's what's coming out of the survey data. And it's not just 3 or 4 years, Matt, it's 10 years of surveys that have shown that this is the case. And so, yes, we have to operate our beach such that it's fiscally viable, but we have to be conscious of the beach experience of the residents. And it has tanked because of the overcrowding. And one of the ways that we can, and we recommended this 10 years ago to the town council, one of the ways that we can manage overcrowding is by having a more reasonable fee. We should not be a discount beach in Narragansett. And, you know, I take exception to Mr. Pugh's comments, because this is not just about a few dollars, and you can't hammer it there. You have to have, and I agree, you have to have this balance. But when you talk about carrying capacity, you have to take into consideration many parameters, and businesses factor into that. However, a restaurant like Bike Stop Cafe, for example, who I understand came up with 20 signatures of other businesses, exists because of its proximity to the beach. And they're benefiting because our beach is there. And it's on the backs of our residents that we have more and more people coming to the beach. And for Mr. Pugh to say he lived a block from the beach and never saw problems with parking, I don't know how long ago, Jesse, you lived there, but I live in the pier as well. And Steve can attest to this fact. What happens between 5 and 8 p.m. is our beach population changes, and the beach gets trashed day after day after day by the people coming between 5 and 8. And he has to have cleanup crews out there at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. The trash is overflowing by 7 o'clock at night. It's a mess. So we do have to take the bull by the horns. And this is, in my humble opinion, it's a very small step to increase the beach fees based on the recommendations of a panel of professionals. The Recreation Advisory Committee is not composed of lackeys. These are smart people who know what they're talking about, who do their due diligence. And I think to be quibbling when you do not have the expertise that they have, and you have not done the research that they have done to come up with these recommendations, it is a very foolish thing to just say, no, I'm not going to support this, because you have not done that research. They have. And you may object to the fact that your friends will have to pay a little bit more to come onto the beach. And I understand you don't want to have a beach that is elitist, but the reality is we have to have a beach that has a decent experience for our residents. And you would be really surprised to see the data that says the maximum carrying capacity of a beach should allow each beach goer to have a 10 by 10 foot radius around themselves. It's a joke at our beach. So I just want to wrap up by saying that we need to be basing our decisions on science and on management that's based on science, and not on I feel this and I feel that and I have an opinion about this and opinion about that. Let's look at what the data says. Let's look at all of the parameters that come into play in managing our beach. And I really applaud the Rec Advisory Committee for their recommendations. And our businesses will not suffer because of a few dollars more in parking. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask our moderator who we have next.
Next is Catherine Celeberto.
All right, welcome, Catherine. Name and address for the record, please.
Catherine Celeberto, 48 Earls Court. First, I'd like to say, I think we can afford a beach carrying capacity study. They do them in Florida all the time. They've been doing them in Europe for years. And I'd really like to see one. I don't think we'll be able to put 10 to 12,000 people on our beach if we have one, though. And I think that's a fear. The other thing is this, I'd like to see the parking lots at Thompson Park and Sprague Park posted, no beach parking. I walk around town all the time. I walk by Thompson Park. There's not a kid in the playground. You go Sprague, there's not a kid, on those playground equipment. There's nobody sitting under that $47,000 pavilion because they can't park. A sign at Sprague, no parking by police order. And all of a sudden, I see kids at the playground. I saw a father and son playing ball at the ball field. That's what those parks are for. They're not for beach parking. So I really want to see those two lots posted next year. The other thing is, are the entrance fees collected in cash? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Are they collected in cash, the entrance fees?
Yes, I'm Steve. You can confirm for me, but yes.
Yeah. Well, why can't we go to another system? Collecting entrance fees in cash seems to be so old school.
It's done at the office, Kathy, not out in the parking lot.
Yeah, I know. Everybody has a card, so I can't imagine why. Seems to be kind of a security issue too. It could be in the future. The other thing is the cabana policy. I really think only town residents or taxpayers should be on a cabana application. Right now, a lot of town residents split the cost with a non-resident, and that is really slowing down the turnover. It's like a 10-year wait to get a cabana for a resident. So I would really like to see like 2 residents on a cabana application, not a problem if 2 residents, but a resident and a non-resident. It's just, I'm not going to live long enough to get a cabana. As a matter of fact, I put my daughter on the list because I might not live long enough. So I'd like to see that policy tweaked in a way. But otherwise, the beach is beautiful and stuff, but we just really have to limit people. And I feel also that all this parking around town hurts the businesses in the pier. It really does. If I didn't live in the pier, I would never drive down there to go to a restaurant. My husband and I, we walk down now to the restaurants. And if they don't go, we don't necessarily have to attract everybody to a restaurant in the pier. We have restaurants in the South End also. So, I think about. That's about it. Thanks. Otherwise, Steve, good work. Keep it up.
All right, thank you. Who do we have next? I'm gonna ask our moderator.
Next is Steve.
Steve, name and address, please, for the record. All right, we'll come back. Who do we have?
There he is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay, my apologies. It's the first time I've done this. This is Steve Brophy. I live at 93 Indian Trail in Wakefield. My wife and I own Brickley's Ice Cream up on Boston Neck Road in the North End. And I appreciate the opportunity just to have a couple of words to say here. And it's been interesting to listen to all of the different issues with regard to the beach, which I do appreciate. The reason I was hoping to talk with you tonight is just to go back a little bit, I want to keep this brief, but 2 years ago when the policies all changed, a lot of you heard from me and maybe a few others with regard to the parking pass policies and some of the fees, et cetera. And I had suggested at that time that businesses in the North End would be affected negatively by that change. And in fact, our numbers were affected negatively. And the reason being is to the point I think Jesse had mentioned that the traffic flow, those folks who used to come down Boston Neck Road knowing they could go to Narragansett Town Beach ultimately decided not to do that because either they couldn't afford it, or they couldn't get the parking pass that they had previously been able to buy, So they go down Route 1 and they go to the state beaches, which I totally get why they would do that. Our business in 2018, our Monday through Friday business, with the exclusion of 4th of July week, was down 10% once that policy was implemented, with some variability, obviously, but it was down. We felt it. We could see it in our parking lot. We also ended up adjusting our schedule with some of our staff, some of the kids that work with us, most of whom are from Narragansett and some of the surrounding towns. We reduced the number of people working during the day as a result of the reduction in our business. By increasing the parking fees, and I understand there are other issues that have to be dealt with, and I don't want to ignore those, but I will say an increase of $5 or the 50% increase is going to have a negative effect on businesses, and I'm speaking about the North End businesses for the same reason. Less traffic on Boston Neck Road. Those folks that might otherwise travel past our shop will not. They'll go down Route 1, they'll go to some of the state beaches instead. And to talk about $5 as it's not a lot of money, I mean, that would be like me saying we're going to take our $4 ice cream cone and we're going to increase it by 50%. So now it's $6. $2 is a lot. That's a big increase. So all I'm asking is that you would consider those businesses who are part of the community, like ourselves and many others, who hire staff from our community, who support our community in so many ways, be it through donations or some type of fundraising event. We hardly ever, I don't recall a time that we ever said no to a request. So we look at it as a two-way street. I'm hoping that the town and the town leadership could look at it that way as well and give some consideration. Have a conversation with some of the businesses up in the North End and other parts of the town for that matter. Include us in the conversation. That would really be appreciated. So you get some feedback before we get to this point of making decisions. So with that, I appreciate your time and your effort. And at the end of the day, all I'm really asking you to do is consider the impact on the business. Please make that part of your consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Who do we have next? I'm going to ask our moderator.
Next is Mary.
All right, Mary, name and address, please, for the record.
Sure, certainly. Mary Nadeau, 10 2nd Street, Narragansett. I'm concerned about the price increase. I mean, not having the survey, not having the year-end results of the financials, I would say, you're going to have a price increase in wages. Make it $11 or $12 max. Do not have a 50% increase. It's already bad economic times. Businesses are struggling. People are struggling. I think you should have a modest increase at the most, and just try to keep the beach reasonable, and make it so that people can get there. And I really like the idea of the west parking lot opening at night, people to be able to go. I have been there as a resident and non-resident and parked in the town beach lot, but having the full lot available is good. Thank you. That's all I just want to make sure you keep things reasonable and low cost. Thank you.
And I'm asking our moderator who we have next.
Next is Roxanne.
All right, Roxanne, welcome. Name and address, please, for the record.
Hi, it's Roxanne Pereira, 23 Osceola Avenue, Narragansett. So I just want to say thank you to Tom and Steve. I was on the Parks and Recs committee for 10 years. I was part of the last raise in the beach fees. I know how much goes into that, and we had all these conversations at the same time that we're having tonight. It's going to affect businesses, it's going to do this, it's going to do that. Well, it really, Steve says it decreased his business a little bit. I'm not trying to be rude, but if your product speaks for itself, you're going to get the people drive through. I live in the North End. I see the traffic coming through. I see the motorcycle brigades. I see the whole thing. I was very concerned in April and May when the weather started getting nice. I texted Rick and said, and I'm also a healthcare provider, I was concerned about the number of people coming through because I knew as soon as the state started opening up, we were going to have an influx of people, and I was very concerned. when you're on that beach, and I've been in this town and on that beach for over 36 years, I love this place. And some of you saying that you're for the residents of Narragansett, that's what you're on the council for. But then in turn, you tell me, I listened to the workshop, that if you get revoted in, you're going to dismiss everything that's come up with tonight and go back to the way it is. But the people of Narragansett are speaking, and some people aren't as boisterous as I am, and they can tell you, the ones that know me from the board, I'm very boisterous. I was on that beach for several years before we raised it, watching people sit in, just watching people dig holes, sit, no one could get through, elderly people. It's a wonder no one's fallen, no one sued the beach because there was nowhere to walk. There were holes everywhere. Kids were everywhere. It was awful. This year, I think that they tried their best. I think you're right. Part of the problem maybe have been the parking lots down in the southern part, but you know what? There are gorgeous beaches down there. As a resident, I want something. I deserve something. If it was up to me, all those cars, and Steve will tell you, I've been fighting this for them, and they laugh at me. All those cars would be registered to Rhode Island, because you can't go anywhere else, I think, in this country and get a beautiful front row parking space with a non-registered car to that town or that state. I think we give entitlement to a lot of people. They come here for 3 months. What they did to the parking this year, overwhelming the side streets, people's properties, was a shame. It was shameful. And here people's restaurants are going to be okay down here. The people that go to the beach for 16 hours, let's face it, are not going to these restaurants. So we want to attract people to come from the towns, north, south, to our restaurants. Maybe we need a little bit more advertising as far as that goes. The beach is too advertised. All you see it is on the news, here, there. So maybe we need a little bit better of that. I don't know. But speaking as a resident that's been from this town, I hear from the kids, they want their beach back. I sit at chair 6, and most of those people are from the town, I can tell you. And I love that chair 6 because it's like home, and they want their beach back. So I just ask that you think about what you're doing. I know that the financial needs are there. We've taken a hit, but you guys also have to remember that we kept this town going from March to May with buying on curbsides, with doing drive-throughs. We who kept this beach going. So we are the ones that deserve something. So I'm very passionate about this, but I just appreciate y'all thinking about this. And I don't think it's too early. I beg to pardon with respect to everybody. But if you knew what Steve has to do up and coming for the catalogs to have everything done by December, the earlier, the better, for all their sakes, to get this down and out, because they have to get everything printed, all these things out online. It's really a big job for them. So I say do it now and get it done with. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. Who do we have next? I'm gonna ask our moderator.
Next is Joe.
Joe, name and address, please, for the record. All right, so we're going to circle back to him. Who do you have after him? And then we'll bring him in at the end.
Next is Laura Kelly.
All right, name and address, please, for the record.
Lori Kelly, 444 Ocean Road. Thank you, first of all, Steve, thank you for your work, and also to the rec board. I'm not sure exactly who said it tonight, but someone said, we need a comprehensive approach in the town. And I'd like to pick up on that, because we do need a comprehensive approach to the town. And that means a comprehensive approach, including all stakeholders. Now, we're not getting anywhere with people from the beach rec board. I'm sure they've done their work and that they have expertise that I'm not privy to. saying to the businesses, you'll be all right if your product is good. I think everyone in this town knows what hardships these businesses have gone through this year. And this is a once in 100-year, effect. The pandemic has been something we are all dealing with. So again, I've suggested this to the council, obviously with the library issue and many other issues. We need to sit at a table as adults with all the stakeholders. So the rec board has some, suggestions from their standpoint, which are valid because they're trying to maximize the money that they can make to protect their enterprise fund. But there are repercussions for the businesses. They need to be heard on this issue. And I don't see the importance of really rushing this forward. I also think the reserve fund of having over $4 million is wonderful. And that in times when there is a 100-year, cataclysmic event like what we're going through, that is the time that we can be more generous to our residents and the people that come to the beach. And I do want to stress, we're raising transferable pass rates, $25. My understanding is you have to be a resident to purchase that. I've had no discussion of recouping this money through cabana fees or locker fees. I mean, that seems to be something that's not even being discussed. There's probably a reason why it was discussed in the rec board. But again, you're raising fees on families. And I think that's also part of what I'm hearing in the community. And again, if you talk to the people who were on the beach, that's one sector of the people in Narragansett. It's not a good cross-section of how everyone feels in the town. So I would again caution you to go forward with this. Perhaps we could revisit this with some sort of workshop where people could be heard from the business community, because there are more than 2 or 3 people that are concerned about this. Thank you.
I'm gonna ask our moderator who we have next.
I'm going to see if Joe is available now. Joe, you there? Looks like he's having problems with his mic. I'm going to go on to Casey.
All right, name and address, please, for the record.
Maybe we'll try a third one. Meg Rogers.
All right, name and address, please, for the record.
She's got an older version of Zoom. She's going to have to join us.
Good evening. Hello?
All right, go ahead. Name and address, please.
Yes, good evening. Meg Rogers, 68 Earls Court, Narragansett. So I wanted to just set the record straight as to, I believe it was Council Lawler or Lima who said that we wanted the beach to be resident friendly. So I'm a resident and I purchased transferable passes so that I can access the beach with my adult children. And currently I pay $75 each for those passes. I'm receiving a 33% increase in those passes as a resident. So I just wanted to weigh in and correct the record. This is not a resident-friendly policy, because there are many people like me over the age of 65 who's purchased these for their adult children and their families, and we are getting a 33% increase. So that needs to be corrected. Second of all, I concur with all those who spoke. I have never in my civic participation in this town seen beach fees addressed this early. I believe this is being done to, assert a campaign issue for two people who are running. And I think that's patently wrong. I think there's plenty of time to slow this down, as has been our tradition in the past, to take our time, take more input, and listen to the people who are most impacted by this. There's no need to rush this whatsoever. Lastly, I believe it was Miss Scowcroft who said that the beach gets trashed after 5 o'clock by people that are accessing the beach at that time. Well, I'm a resident and I'm one of those people. I often access the beach after 5 p.m., particularly this year, because of the preponderance of drug use on the beach. So there was a large amount of marijuana consumption and use on the beach. And I did speak to our wonderful beach staff, and they told me to contact the police. Sometimes the police were stressed. Sometimes they didn't respond as quickly as one would hope, given the amount of marijuana use on the beach. But often they did come down and address the problem. And then the people that were using and smoking the pot just moved down towards the Dunes Club. So it still remained a problem for many people. I would like to see Manager Tierney. I know his contract is being addressed tonight, and I would really like him to step up to the plate for us and have an additional police presence. I know we spent a lot of time on Cape Cod beaches when our children were young, and there were often police presence on the beach, which really helped minimize the drug consumption at the beach. That's not an example that I want set for my family or my grandchildren. And I so appreciate the police, responding when they could, but it is quite bad, particularly in front of the cabanas. So thank you very much. I hope you slow this down, but let's correct the record. 33% increase on those of us purchasing the transferable passes. Thank you, Steve, for everything you do.
I'm going to ask our moderator who we have next.
Casey, if you're available. Still don't have a microphone working. Joe, did you get your microphone working? Doesn't look like it. We'll go to Casey Montantori.
All right, name and address, please, for the record. If the technology is not working, there was also an option to call in by phone. I don't know how all of these are working out there. So that's an option if people want to do that instead of trying to use a device where the microphone might not be working. All right, is there anyone else, Dan?
Nobody else.
Can you hear me?
Whoop. Yes, we can hear you
Hello?
now.
Okay, great. Sorry, give me 1 second because I got to shut this out on my computer. I have it double going. Leave meeting. Okay, there we go. I'm the owner of the bike, one of the owners of the Bike Stop Cafe. Can you guys all hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. I want to start by number one, thanking Jill for her proposal about the fire increases and trying to find some type of grant in that. I think that's a great way to compromise the fees that are going to be proposed to local businesses. For me, I hate public speaking, so let me start with that, and I'm sure you guys are all aware of that as well. I think across the country right now, there's a huge divide in what is going on, but the one thing that is actually uniting us is the support for local businesses. And what I can't understand with all of this proposed fee increase is why the rush to do this now. There's been no survey of residents. There's been no survey of the local businesses. And for a lot of us, we are all taking a hit right now. So we need as much support from our local community as we can get. We're all there to provide money for local fundraisers, to support the community however we can. And we all need as much support as we can get. And this proposed increase has the potential to hurt businesses in the North End and also in the pier. So I'm just asking that maybe we table this for right now and do some type of outreach to the residents and also the business owners and see how this could impact the businesses. I also feel like the town as a whole should probably be doing a lot more for our residents and our families that are in need, because there's a lot of people in this community right now that are out of work because if what just happened in the Pier Middle School. Kids have to quarantine for 2 weeks, so the parents have to take time out of work for 2 weeks. We have a lot of people in our community that are in need. So I think we kind of have to focus on that a little bit more than this. And I don't understand why the urgency is there to push this at this time. So. Oh, am I still on?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. One other thing I wanted to bring up is that I took a lot of time in trying to talk to other local businesses in terms of what is actually going on and how it will impact their businesses. And one thing that was brought to me was the fear that some of the businesses had in retaliation from the town if they were to speak up. And I don't think that any of us should fear retaliation from the town for speaking up on issues that are affecting our businesses and our community. I just think we all need to try to find a way to work together. And I know we're so divided because of a lot of the library stuff and like whatnot, but we really have to find a way to come together to support each other in our community when we're in need, and the businesses as well.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else? I'm gonna ask our moderator.
Yes, next is Paul Zonfrillo.
All right, name and address, please, for the record.
Paul Zonfrillo, 7 Windward Circle. I just want to point out that actually, if you believe that folks will go down to the state beaches in the South End, we have 27 beaches, 27 businesses down here. Benny's, Aunt Carrie's, George's, Buster Crab, Portside, Dad's, Kingston Pizza, Gansett Wraps, Iggy's, Aunt Carrie's, Kingston Pizza, Two Dunks, Subway, Colvito's, The Bonneview, Spain, Chair 5, Melgy's, Jimmy's Portside, Arturo Joe's, Mariner Grill, Tees, Champlin's, Captain Foggy's, and Nana's. So we've got a ton of businesses down here. If people get diverted down here, it's just a matter of it going from one business to the other. So just like to remind folks that the pier isn't all of Narragansett. We've got businesses and families down here in the South End. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else from the public?
That's it.
All right, any final comments from the council before we call the vote? Mr.
I'd
Lima.
like to speak, Matt. Yes. So again, in my first part of being elected, one of the things that I was looking at was to implement a police officer at the beach. I did run it by our police chief, and there was some discussion about it, but again, we didn't get forward with it only because, again, we thought of some budget cuts or whatever, but it was talked about, and it was talked about on two factors. One would be that this would be the third resource officer for the school. And then once school is out, this officer would be down at the beach. We could put a substation down at the beach. We have a facility area for it that's going to be worked on here in the future with the lockers at the South End Pavilion. And if people aren't familiar with substations, it would be a little office area that a police officer would be able to go to, check in, have a little office. but also patrol the beach. Those funds from the school side, Dr. Cummings has it budgeted. There's some federal and state money that's put into that police officer at the school. And then from the Beach Enterprise Fund, I chatted with Steve Wright, and Steve Wright said that he was more than willing to work with the public safety in the police department on how they would fund the rest of that police officer being down at the beach. So that was talked about. And I think that that needs to be implemented. I think that the officer needs to be at the school, although we're not talking about schools right now. But I also think that officer can go from the school, and then summertime could be down at the beach where a person in uniform has authority. And that's what's needed. One thing I'll say when I first got on the rec advisory board is we talked about the beach and we talked about the amount of people that come down to Narragansett. And one thing I'm going to say, I don't care if it's $15, $20, $25, $30. People are coming to Narragansett. You're not stopping them. They're coming. They're coming to either Narragansett Beach. They're going to come to Scarborough, Sand Hill Cove. They're going to choose to come to either Narragansett or South County. And people that are on vacation, think about it. You go on vacation, you're going to go get a lobster roll for $20. Are you really going to tell the person that you're with, well, it's $20. I'm not paying that. You're on vacation. So the fee going up to $15, I doubt it very much that you're going to see a decrease in the amount of people that want to get on Narragansett Beach. If the sun is shining, it's a hot day, you're going to get X amount of people on that beach. There were 2 days this year, July 4th, July 18th, that there were over 5,000 people on that beach. Prior to COVID, we had days where there were many more, 2,000 more people on that beach. So 5,000 seems to be a reasonable number. Then if that's the number that we need to maintain on that beach or lower, then we should operate the beach in that fashion. Put the operating expense across the board at 4,000 to 5,000 people, and that's what it takes to operate that beach. There are other beaches that run and they're less money. They are less money. They do not have the staff. Scarborough Beach does not have the staff that Narragansett Beach has, nor does Sand Hill Cove, not even close. But when you go to Narragansett Beach, you will see people and you'll see people working. And the reason being is because we do have the best beach and we want to maintain that beach. And as I have said before, it's Narragansett Beach, Narragansett residents, and there will be non-residents that will go to the beach. And if somebody thinks it's a little too expensive, believe me, I think the person in back of them that's in line will be more than willing to pay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray.
Yeah, I'm okay with everything. I'd just like to amend the admission fee from $15 to $12 per person. We can always raise it. I'd like to put $12 in print for the brochure. And if there's if the governor closes the beach down south, the southern beaches, and we have an influx, then we can go to 15. In fact, I discussed that with Steve Wright earlier this summer. So I'd like to amend this agenda item 9 to have a entry fee of $12 instead of 15.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second that.
All right, so discussion on the amendment. This would be the daily admission fee would be going from $15 to $12. Any comments from the council on that change? If you want to make any comments, or we can just vote on the amendment quickly. I'll start with Mr. Lima.
No, I have no comment on that.
All right, Mr. Pugh.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a compromise. I'm not thrilled with the $25 increase for the transferable passes because that's an increase on residents. However, you know, we do want to try to pass something, and I think it'd be nice to get a unanimous vote on it. So I would be okay with this.
Ms. Lawler.
I have no comments, Matt.
All right, so this would be going from 15 down to 12. Okay, so I'm just on the amendment, I'll just call the vote on that. Starting with Mr. Lima.
Richard Lima, no.
Mr. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Pugh.
Jesse Pugh, aye.
Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, no.
Matt Mannix, no. Motion to amend fails 2-3. All right, so we're going to turn it over on, this is now any closing comments you wish to make on the underlying motion, which remains unchanged. Mr. Pugh.
Yeah, I cannot support fee increases that are gonna affect residents and hurt our businesses. And we've heard firsthand from businesses that it does hurt them. So I can't support it.
Ms. Lawler.
I have no more comments. I think that we need to, as Gail Scowcroft mentioned, we need to make sure that we keep a appropriate amount of people on the beach. We have to worry about overcrowding. And the one thing I am concerned about, Jim, and I will ask you to please reach out to Casey. She mentioned the businesses were fearful of retaliation. If you could please give her a call and have a conversation, that comment did concern me.
Certainly.
Nothing else.
All right, so, we've got to be careful when we talk about these issues. There's a lot of doublespeak innuendo, and it's really characterized the last 2 years, and it's been scary, really scary to watch. Comments like it's the rec board's enterprise fund. It's not the rec board's enterprise fund. It's a town enterprise fund. The Recreation Advisory Board provides advice regarding all recreational issues in the town. So it's not like they're holding some fund and they're going to get penalized if the enterprise fund is more robust or less robust. That was something today. Regarding the dates of these meetings, we have a calendar that we go through. We have issues that we address. We scheduled the work session. The beach season was over. We had the gap in the time that we could do this because we did cancel the meeting around the primary. We've always done this in the fall timeframe. Yeah, maybe 1 year it went to January, and there was probably a reason why it got delayed. And I've done 7 or 8 years, and it's always been in the October, November timeframe from my memory. I didn't go back and research every time a vote was taken over the last 7 years on that. It was pretty much in keeping with the calendar. This summer I was reading 1984, and I think there's a lot of people in town who should read it. They might learn something. Finally, the committees that we have address these issues. I addressed, and Ms. Scowcroft talked about it's been going on 10 years, which is before I was even on the council. My point about talking about 4 or 5 years ago, the issue was really hot when whatever that time frame was, whether it was 3, 4, or 5 years ago. I remember it vividly. And what I would encourage council members to do, and newly elected council members to do, I beg you to do this, when there's an issue like that, go to the committee meeting. That's what I did when this came up 3 or 4 years ago. I went to the rec advisory. You can ask Steve Wright. I went and learned about the issue. I'm not the liaison to that committee, but the reason we have liaisons is the liaisons can help us understand what's going on. And then if it's something really, really on the ground, people are worried about, like they were 3 or 4 years ago, and they weren't enjoying as residents their experience on the beach, go check it out. Go and learn at that venue. Go to that committee meeting. And I've done that. I've gone to committee meetings where I'm not the liaison. You sit quietly, you listen, and now you're going to have the information that you claim you don't have now. That's part of the job of being a council member. It's a lot of work, and it's not just grandstanding on 1 or 2 issues. All right, so all in favor, I'm going to call the vote on this for these resident-friendly, very resident-friendly changes, starting with Mr. Lima. All in favor?
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray.
This is kind of turned into a political football.
Patrick, just vote. What is your vote?
Matt, give me a break. Please, we're down to our second to the last meeting. I'm going to say my piece.
No,
all
you
right?
said your piece. We've heard it. I'm calling the vote. Aye or nay?
I'm going to support this because of Steve Wright. I'm against the gate fee.
All right, Mr. Pugh.
Jesse Pugh, no.
Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, aye for the friendly resident beach.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion
Political
approved.
football.
Matt, motion approved for.
Kick the football right over the goal there.
Item number 10 is we're still in the Parks and Recreation Department part of the agenda. Item 10 is a motion to approve the request from the Narragansett Lions Club for their annual Lions Club Pier Plunge schedule for January 1st, 2021 from 10:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the town beach, subject to state and local regulations. Is there a motion?
Jill Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
Any initial comments from the council, starting with Mr. Lima?
So again, we're just approving these dates. Depending on the situation with COVID or anything else, it says right in this, subject to state and local regulations. So basically, we're putting this on the calendar saying it's approved, but if circumstances change, it'll be up to the council and the Lions Club to get together and decide what their choice will be, either to have the event or not have the event. So I just want to get that out there so that it's not a big discussion on where we're going to be at that time.
Mr. Murray.
All set.
Mr. Pugh.
I'm good.
Ms. Lawler.
Plunge away.
All right. Is anyone from the public?
Nobody from the public.
All right. Calling the vote. All in favor, starting with Mr. Lima.
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Pugh.
Aye.
Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. 11 is a motion to approve the request, from the Rotary Club of Wakefield, Rhode Island, for the use of the Veterans Memorial Park and Gazebo Park for the 30th Narragansett Annual Art Festival to be held June 18th, June 19th, and June 20th, 2021. Is there a motion?
Jill Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
Any initial commentary from the council, starting with Mr. Lima?
I have none.
Mr. Murray.
All set.
Mr. Pugh.
No comments.
Ms. Lawler.
I'm set.
Is there any commentary from the public?
We have one, Mary.
Name and address, please, for the record.
Yes, Mary Nato, 10 2nd Street. I'm totally for the arts festival. I've been myself, but I would recommend with large events in town, since the parking is good in town, maybe we request that they have a bus service having remote parking at the high school or some school and have people bust into town and make that available for people. I've seen that a lot of other towns. I think that would get more people to attend, and also would make less congestion in town. Thank you.
Right, thank you. All right, do we have anyone else from the public?
We do. Catherine Ciliberto.
Catherine, name and address, please, for the record.
Catherine Ciliberto, 48 Earls Court. I sent Ms. Cutting an email. I would like an accounting. I would like to know how many Narragansett students receive scholarships over the years, and as opposed to, say, South Kingston or other cities and towns, their students. We just accept these representations and we never delve into them. They want to use Veterans Park and Gazebo Park this year. This is typical of South Kingston. They have so much land and so much facilities, and yet they're always down here using our facilities for some reason, which is fine if indeed our Narragansett students are getting a benefit from this. And is there anybody out there right now that could give me any kind of numbers as far as the scholarships that they are supposedly giving to our students? Probably not. So that's why I sent her an email. So I'd really like you to hold it, because unless, our students are really getting a benefit, we really have to put the brakes on this. It's just getting to be a bit much, I think. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Jim, if possible, if you could follow up regarding that detail, just regarding scholarship opportunities provided by certain entities. I don't know if that's available, but it's a good point.
I'll check with Miss Cutting. Catherine sent me the email as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, anyone else from the public?
No, that was it.
All right, all in favor? We're going to start with Mr. Lima,
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray,
Aye.
Mr. Pugh,
Jesse Pugh, aye.
Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Item 12 is a motion to approve the replacement of the elevator door operator package for the tower's elevator to be completed by ThyssenKrupp Elevator Corporation, the amount of $21,000, and authors the town manager to sign the repair work order. Is there a motion?
Jill Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
Discussion, any preliminary comments from the council?
I have none.
Go ahead. This is something coming from the Towers Committee. It's been discussed at the Towers Committee level, and it's actually a great time to do it because there's less activity at the towers right now. So it's and because the towers is such a unique asset of the town, and the way its elevators and stairs are, it'd be hard to be doing this when there was a lot of busy catering events. Mr. Murray, any initial comments?
All set.
Mr. Pugh?
I would just clarify for the public that this would be coming from the tower's capital projects account, just so everyone's clear on that. That's all.
Ms. Lawler?
No comments.
All right, is there anyone from the public? I'm gonna ask
Nobody from the public.
All right, so again, this comes from the Towers Fund, and again, it's a good time of year to do it, and it'll be a great improvement to our historical asset. So all in favor, starting with Mr. Lima.
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray?
All set. Aye.
Mr. Pugh?
Jesse Pugh, aye.
I'm sorry, Ms. Lawler?
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Item 13 is a motion to approve the Item 13 is a motion to approve the drainage extension on Durking Drive to be completed by George Sherman Sand and Gravel in the amount of $20,500. Is there a motion?
Jill Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
All right. These items, this item comes from the Public Works Department. I'm going to start with Mr. Lima. If there's any initial comment on this.
I have none.
Mr. Murray.
All set.
Mr. Pugh.
I'm good.
Ms. Lawler.
No questions.
Anyone from the public?
Nobody from the public.
All right, I'm going to call the vote. All in favor, starting with Mr. Lima.
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Pugh.
Pugh, aye.
Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Item 14 is a motion to approve the purchase of one new Bravo Star Series enclosed trailer for Public Works from Ritchie and Clapper Incorporated in the amount of $11,208.35. Is there a motion?
Jill Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
All right. Any initial commentary from the council, starting with Mr. Lima?
I have none.
Is there Mr. Murray?
All set.
Mr. Pugh?
No comments.
And Ms. Lawler?
No comment.
All right. Anyone from the public? I'm going to ask our moderator.
Nobody from the public.
Okay, all in favor, starting with Mr. Lima.
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray?
Aye.
Mr. Pugh?
Aye.
Ms. Lawler?
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Item 14 is a motion to approve the purchase of one new Bravo Star Series enclosed trailer for Public Works.
We just did that.
I just did that. I'm sorry. Okay, so engineering department items are next, and these also involve the water and wastewater funds. Thank you for that. And item 15 is a motion to approve the purchase of one new 2021 Chevrolet Equinox all-wheel drive work vehicle from National Auto Fleet Group using the Sourcewell contract in the amount of $25,911.49. Is
So
there a
moved,
motion?
Lawler.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
All right. Discussion. This is coming from the Wastewater Enterprise Fund. Is there any initial commentary from the council, starting with Mr. Lima?
No, being that it's the wastewater fund, people should know enterprise fund, so basically it's coming out of their enterprise fund. Overall, if it's an enterprise fund item, it doesn't affect the taxpayers.
Mr. Murray,
All set.
Mr. Pugh,
Sorry, I was stuck on mute. I'm good, thank you.
Ms. Lawler,
I'm all set.
right? Yeah, coming from the enterprise fund, not from the general fund, an important distinction. Anybody from the public,
Nobody from the public.
right? All in favor, starting with Mr. Lima,
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray,
Patrick Murray, aye.
Mr. Pugh,
Jesse Pugh, aye.
Ms. Lawler,
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Item 16 is a motion to award the bid for backflow prevention device testing, municipal buildings to the sole bidder, Atlantic Control Systems Incorporated, in the amount of $33,480.
So moved,
Is
Jill
there-
Lawler.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
All right, initial comments from the council, starting with Mr. Lima,
I have none.
Mr. Murray,
All set.
Mr. Pugh,
No comments.
Ms. Lawler.
I'm set.
All right, anybody from the public?
Nobody from the public.
All right, without additional commentary, I will call the vote. Mr. Lima,
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray,
Aye.
Mr. Pugh,
Jesse Pugh, aye.
Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Item 17 is a motion to award the bid for power washing of Point Judith and Kinney Avenue water tanks to the lowest bidder, National Wash Authority, in the amount of $19,500. Is there a motion?
Jill Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
All right, and discussion, any initial commentary from the council, starting with Mr. Lima,
I have none.
Mr. Murray,
All set.
Mr. Pugh,
I'm good.
Ms. Lawler.
I've got no comments.
And I just want to make sure this is coming from the Water Enterprise Fund. So it's an enterprise fund item. Just want to verify with the town manager that's correct. Jim, I have funding available in Water
Sorry.
Enterprise Fund.
I was on mute. I'm sorry. Yes, that's from the right.
All right. Anybody from the public?
Nobody from the public.
All in favor, starting with Mr. Lima,
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray,
Aye.
Mr. Pugh,
Jesse Pugh, aye.
Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Next items come from the police department, items 18 and 19. Starting with 18 is a motion to approve the annual contract for technical support for the police department's computer software system with TriTech Software System Central Square in the amount of $18,886.97. Is there a motion?
Jill Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
Any initial commentary from the council, starting with Mr. Lima,
I have none.
Mr. Murray,
All set.
Mr. Pugh,
No comments.
Ms. Lawler?
I'm good.
All right, is there anyone from the public?
Nobody from the public.
All right, all in favor on item 18, starting with Mr. Lima,
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray,
Oh, aye.
Mr. Pugh,
Jesse Pugh, aye.
Ms. Lawler?
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Item 19 is a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading an ordinance and amendment of Chapter 74 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Narragansett, Rhode Island, entitled Traffic and Vehicles. Is there a motion?
Jill Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
This it's also from the police department. It essentially is increasing the parking ticket fine to $50. Any initial commentary from the council?
I would just like to thank Chief Corrigan on this because at one point I was approaching the chief to ask if we could go up a little bit on the parking fees in town. As people know, this summertime comes, there's just no place to park. People parking illegally, in front of hydrants, other things. So $35, sometimes you split that 4 ways.
Good.
It's not a lot of money to the people that are in the vehicle. So a little bit more of a zing. We're not trying to zing people, but again, we're trying to send a message that you come to Narragansett. We don't want illegally parking, and there's going to be a fee for it. And we're basically in line with everywhere else in the state. I even think we're a little on the low side. But I thank the chief to go over everything, list it out, what the fees were, what the fees are going to be. And I can just only say that I do support this. Thank you.
I thank you. Initial comments from the council, starting with continuing with Mr. Murray.
I'm all set.
Mr. Pugh.
Lots of fee increases tonight, huh? Friendly town. This is actually one I do support. It's been very outdated for a while. Not much of a deterrent, for people to park illegally. So I think it's time to go up to 50. I think that is in line. Thanks.
Ms. Lawler.
I'm all set. Great job, chief.
Is there anything you'd like to add, Chief Corrigan?
I would just add that it's become more expensive for us to enforce a parking condition, and it's taking time away from our officers because we're getting overwhelmed, even leading up before COVID, and COVID just amplified that. I think this small increase will change the cost benefit analysis in people's minds, and we'll get more compliance, and then the officers can move away from less parking enforcement because there'll be more voluntary compliance. So I appreciate the council's support in this.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Matt, didn't we approve this when Moretti was on? Didn't we have an agenda item that we?
No, I think we talked about it, but no one ever put the agenda item on.
Right.
Like we talked about it in concept, I think we just never got there. Like nobody ever just grabbed it and went to the police chief. And
I could have sworn we voted on that once before. So
I think we came close. And it was talked about in the context of other issues, but no one actually like put the blue sheet together. I don't think. I could be wrong, but I don't remember seeing like an actual item on it. Is there anyone from the public?
There is Stanley Wojciechowski.
Stanley, name and address for the record.
Stan Wojciechowski, Boston Neck Road. Is it possible to go to $100? Today $100 bill. You're breaking the law. We want to fund our police as solidly as we can. And $100 bill, like you say, you put 4 or 5 people in there. What is it? $25, $50, $25 a person or whatever. I want to go to $100. What about that idea?
Maybe in 5 years, Stanley. But I know where you're going, Stanley. Sounds good.
Well, it's a benefit for the taxpayer to fund the police adequately for the job they're doing. They spend a lot of time on this. Let's fully fund their activity by the fine. In all fines, they should their activity, not the taxpayer. They violate or should fund it.
All right. Fund them. Fund the police. I love it, Stanley.
Fund the police now, and then with the fine issue. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Stanley. Is there anyone else from the public?
That's it.
All right, all in favor, starting with Mr. Lima.
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Pugh.
Jesse Pugh, aye.
Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Next items come from the town clerk, items 20 through 22. Item 20 is a motion to accept a grant in the amount of $8,148 from the Center for Tech and Civic Life to assist with safe and secure election administration in Narragansett and authorize the town manager to sign the grant agreement on behalf of the town. Is there a motion?
Jill Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
Discussion. This is again to help with a small grant to help with some of the mandates that have been coming down on voting this year related to coronavirus issues. Any initial commentary from the council, starting with Mr. Lima?
I have none.
Mr. Murray?
All set.
Mr. Pugh?
This looks great. You know, I know we approved an increase in pay for the poll workers, so I'm assuming this could be used to reimburse that as well. Is that right, Jim?
Yes, I'd like to say some more comment on it too. The cost right now of running the board of canvases in the clerk's office through with all the paper ballots and all the extra time is an increased manpower cost and time as well. And this grant that our clerk located is well worth it. And I would like to thank Terry and her office for an excellent job they have done every day, especially during this.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll second that. So thanks, Terry, and the crew down there, always on top of everything, not just this, but we appreciate it. But yeah, it looks great. Thank you.
Ms. Lawler?
Absolutely. And Terry, congratulations on the grant. Well done.
Thank you. The clerk's office has been working overtime, and not just Terry herself, but all her staff. So we want to extend our thanks to that entire staff down there. And there's a surge in mail ballot applications, and and there's just sometimes there's been a lot of strong mixed messages coming from the state. In terms of voting itself, Terry, if you want to correct me on these dates, but I just want to make sure the public is aware of their options with voting. They can continue to apply for a mail-in or absentee ballot up until October 13th. Is that correct?
That is correct. The deadline is Tuesday, October 13th at 4 p.m.
Okay, so if you haven't sent in the application for that by October 13th, and we had a problem with the primary because our central point of contact for mail ballot applications should be the Board of Canvassers. And the library was handing out absentee ballot applications, and there were some problems associated with that. And the town staff had to basically tell the library to essentially not do that, because that is not where people should be applying for absentee ballots. They should be going through the town office and the Board of Canvassers. On the 14th of October, then there's a window between the 14th and essentially election day for emergency voting, which is in town hall itself, and then voting live, still the best way, right, is on election day. And that's our 5 precincts. I don't think we have settled that yet. Is that correct, Terry? So I don't want to put that out yet.
No, the 5 precincts have been identified, and the Board of Canvassers page on the town's website has been updated to reflect that. So we will have 5 active usual polling places for the general election. The early in-person / emergency voting will be available at the town hall beginning Wednesday morning, October 14th at 8:30, and running continuously until the election, Monday through Friday from 8:30 to 4:30. And if I could interject, the governor passed an executive order on Friday the 2nd, and in that order, she estimated that there would be between 350,000 and 400,000 voters who are expected to vote by mail ballot for this election. But just before your meeting started tonight, I heard an update on the news from the Board of Elections that it's estimated that only about half of that is now anticipated. Only about 200,000 statewide are expected to vote by mail. And the impact on that is that for our in-person voting starting on October 14th, as well as the election day voting at the 5 polling places. Voters who vote in person should expect to have longer waiting times than usual. It's a very popular election based on the inquiries that we get. There's a lot of interest in this election nationally and locally. And there is 1 state question and 4 local questions. And because of the COVID precautions that will be taken, there'll be more spacing between the voters as they are checked in and as they vote, and sanitation activities going on between voters. And those things just take time. And in the polling places, as well as in the town hall for the early voting, voters who vote in person should expect to stand in line outside. We will not be able to accommodate the numbers of people that we'll be expecting for in-person voting in the building and still maintain the distancing that's required between voters. So voters should just plan accordingly. You know, we don't know what the weather will be on November 3rd or October 15th or any of the other days. So you may be waiting outside. That shouldn't be a deterrent. We just ask that you plan and dress accordingly. And we hope that people will take advantage of the early voting, and that may make a difference in how people react to the opportunity to vote by mail as well. Any way you want to do it, we're here to accommodate, but I just want to make sure that people were aware that those outside lines will likely be a reality.
Terry, for the early voting at Town Hall, where specifically is the voting? Where in the Town Hall?
We have it set up in the large boardroom, and part of that reason why it's there and it's not in the assembly room is because we can lock and secure that office, that meeting room, which is extremely important because the equipment that will be there that belongs to the state, as well as the ballots.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Terry, is the same 5 locations? I was just going to go through those. Just correct me if I'm wrong. For the south end, and generally, you're going to have to get the specific lines of boundary lines if you need them. But generally, the south end at St. Mary's, Star of the Sea Church, the pier at the pier school, the pier neighborhoods. Then we have the small precinct around the Dunes Club, which votes at the North Beach Clubhouse, Canachet. We have then the north end neighborhoods vote at St. Veronica's Chapel. And then the Metatuxet and Twin Willows area is Metatuxet Yacht Club.
That is correct.
All right. If you have specific questions and need to find out your exact location, you can call the town clerk's office or look at one of those precinct maps online. With that being said, a commentary from the public, I'm going to go to our moderator.
First one is Stanley Wojciechowski.
All right, Stanley, name and address, please, for the record.
Dan Wojciechowski, Boston Neck Road. And again, I want to give her a thank you from the taxpayers for the grant. You know, I don't want to leave her out. Anyone pursuing a grant, I want to let them know it's appreciated by all the people out here. Thank you again.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else from the public?
Yes, next is Karen Shevchalowitz.
Name and address, please, for the record.
Karen Shevchalowitz, 63 Wanda Street. I just wanted to ask Terry to clarify for those of us that are voting by mail, when we should get concerned if we haven't gotten our mail ballot in the mail, if we've already signed up. And when is the last date we should mail it back, knowing that it will get safely to where it needs to go?
Okay, so, many people applied for their mail ballots weeks ago and are getting anxious because they have not received their ballot yet. When you apply for a mail ballot, the Secretary of State's office is the department that actually mails the ballot to you. And that process just began today, because you have to allow time for the printing process following the primary and, sending all that to the printer and proofreading that and getting that out. So ballots just started being mailed today. So voters who have already applied for mail ballots should start expecting to see those, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of this week. You can also track that online at the Secretary of State's website. It's and you can always check in with us as well, and we can help you determine where you are in the process of receiving your mail ballot and whether or not it's been received back as voted. You may notice at the town hall, we have a new receptacle that was supplied by the Board of Elections specifically to receive mail ballots in their sealed envelopes that are provided with the ballot. That receptacle is out front at the town hall. The Public Works Department installed it. It is visible on our surveillance camera. It is a locked box, and that will be checked daily by the clerk to our Board of Canvassers, and for securing those envelopes for delivery to the Board of Elections. So if you drop it in the mail, just account for mail times. If you're concerned that you might be getting close to the time that, you're not sure if you mail it, if it will still get to the Board of Elections in time, feel free to drop your ballot off in the sealed envelope that is provided with the ballot at any of the city or town halls. It doesn't have to be ours, but those receptacles are being located at all of the municipal offices throughout the state, as well as at the Board of Elections. And those have to be in the hands of Board of Elections on Election Day, November 3rd by 8 p.m., whether we hand deliver them or you mail it in. You can entrust us to get it there for you if you deposit it in that lockbox, which will be accessible 24 hours a day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Mr.
That's it.
All right. All right, I'm going to call the vote on that. All in favor, starting with Mr. Lima.
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Pugh.
Pugh, aye.
Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Item 21 is a motion to appoint or reappoint 11 individuals to the Galilee Advisory Committee. Is there a motion?
Jill Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
All right, discussion. I'm the liaison to this committee, so I'm familiar with the members and their work, but I'm going to divide this into 3 motions because there's 3-year terms for this committee, 2-year terms, and 1-year terms, all of which have expired. So I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to seek a motion to appoint Barry Keenard, William Shepard, and Kevin Costco Jr. to the 3-year terms. Is there a motion for that?
Jill Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
All right, discussion on that. Mr. Lima.
I have none.
Mr. Murray.
None.
Mr. Pugh.
So these expired, in May? Some of them over a year ago. They are reappointments, kind of late in the term to be assigning people to boards, but they are reappointments, so no, I don't have an issue with it.
Ms. Lawler.
I have no question. Nothing.
All right, so all in favor for that motion, starting with Mr. Lima.
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Pugh.
Aye.
Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Next, I'll be looking for a motion for the 2-year terms. The people currently in those positions are Linda MacArthur, Richard Peter Watlett, and Janice Holly. So I look for a motion to reappoint Linda MacArthur, Richard Peter Watlett, and Janice Holly to the 2-year terms. Is there a motion?
Jill Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
All in favor, starting with Mr. Lima.
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray,
Aye.
Mr. Pugh,
Steve Pugh, aye.
Ms. Lawler,
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. And then finally, there's 5 one-year terms. And I'm going to look for a motion to appoint Drew McGee, Harvey Cataldo, John Thompson, Ray DeRosa, and Gerald Orban to the 1-year terms. Is
May I
there a motion
interject
to
for
that
just a moment?
effect? Yes.
I'm sorry, we did hear back from Mr. Thompson. He is not interested in reappointment. Everyone else is.
Okay.
Was since this agenda item was presented.
So I withdraw, let's withdraw that motion. Can the second and the motion withdraw the third motion for me, please? Just for the record, Jill and Rick.
So moved.
Withdraw.
I don't know if we even moved it yet. Okay. All right. So Mr. Shepherd, it was Mr. Shepherd who said he wasn't interested?
Mr. Thompson, John.
Oh, Mr. Thompson for the 1-year term. Okay. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I see that. Okay. I was going to ask you about that because we haven't had the committee meetings because of the coronavirus.
Right.
All right. So then I would look for a motion to reappoint Drew McGee, Harvey Cataldo, and Ray DeRosa to the 1-year terms, and to appoint Gerald Orban and Megan Keefe to the 1-year terms. Is there a motion?
Jill Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
Discussion, Mr. Lima,
None.
Mr. Murray,
All set.
Mr. Pugh.
Yeah, I do have a comment. Matt, is there a reason why you decided not to appoint Jason Howell out of that list?
That's my recommendation because he works for DEM, and the DEM property, down there, DEM essentially is a state, has 90% of the property. We have a liaison from DEM that currently is on there, Dan Costa. So I thought that was the recommendation that I was making.
So it's not that he spoke out against your position on the library this term, right?
Oh, Jesus.
No, because he's a member of the, as I've worked on the committee for many years, and the problem is when you have
Everything is.
who's a DEM employee, sometimes we have to negotiate issues out with DEM. As you're all aware, we have the Dutch Inn building, which we've successfully, thanks to a grassroots effort from a local group called Friends of Galilee, and thanks especially to the Galilee Advisory Committee, has managed to make it so that that does not become a parking lot. And that's not easy to do because we have the State Properties Committee that we have to interact with and basically is the final decision maker. But we've had DEM come down, work with the Galilee Advisory Committee as well as the Galilee Lease Advisory Committee and work with them. But it is kind of a conflict to have a DEM employee on the committee itself.
Did he work for DEM in August of 2018 when he was appointed initially?
I don't know.
He did.
Okay,
And what was in the contract then?
I wasn't aware that he did at the time.
Okay. All right. Those are my comments.
All right, thank you. Ms. Lawler.
No comments.
All right, all in favor, starting with Mr. Lima.
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Pugh.
Abstain.
Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 4-0. Thank you, and it's been a pleasure serving on that committee. It's a shame I haven't been able to see those guys for a little while. But anyway, the next item is item number 22. A motion to appoint or reappoint 3 individuals to the Library Board of Trustees. Is there a motion?
Jill Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
All right, we're going to take these one by one. Is there a motion to appoint for one or reappoint for one of these positions?
I'll make a motion. I will make a motion to reappoint Gloria Roman, Sorry, let me just pull this up. My
All right,
bad.
is there a second for that?
No, sorry, I'm gonna make it for 3 people. So the 3 people that are currently on the board, so Gloria Roman, Ann Sullivan, and Gail Shields.
Well,
Is there a second? Do you want to do them individually? Would you guys like to do them individually, or do you want to do them as a group? Well, there's a motion. Does someone want to second that motion?
well, I think they're termed out, aren't they?
Nope,
They're not turned out.
they're not.
Okay, I'll second it. Sure.
All right, any discussion on that, starting with Mr. Lima?
I have none.
Mr. Murray?
Yeah, I'm curious why the library, where their terms just expired a couple days ago, but the harbor, the Galilee board there, you got their term expired a year and a half ago. I smell that political football again. So why is this even here, a month before the election, 28 days before the election?
Well, we've gone through all the appointments. There were some that we weren't ready to put on that have expired, that Terry had gone over with me, because we haven't heard, for example, the zoning board alternates, if they wanted to be reappointed or not. So this is the ones that were ready, and I wanted to, on the Galley Advisory, I definitely, because I've served on the committee, it's just the committee hasn't met for several months, so it's not like there was any urgency to it. But these terms are also up, so they're on at this time. And there's going to be more appointments. There's going to be more appointments on the next meeting. I mean, we should do them as they become, but as you know, with coronavirus, we've had a ton of distractions. And so appointments to boards that weren't meeting wasn't really something that we were busy on phone calls with the state. Jim and I were constantly on phone calls with the state every day for, what was it, Jim, 2 months? Regarding the changes so people could be informed. So, but these appointments, Terry has been talking to me about trying to get at least some of them cleaned up.
Well, we got a major project happening here after the election. I think we need to, see where these folks stand and not just appoint them blindly, 28 days before the election. I mean, how do these people stand on the library? Are they for the Belmont refit? Are they against it?
Patrick, the motion, first of all, I agree. We should be making these appointments right now. These expired like 5 days ago, 3 days ago, something like that.
Yeah, the Galilee board, they expired a year and a half ago. So
every board has tons of expired members on it, and to focus on this right now is pretty ridiculous. However, if we're going to do it, this is a reappointment for the current members who have been on this board, have kind of worked through the drama of the library, and it would be nice for them to be able to serve on that board and see this project through. If we want to table this until the next council, that's fine with me. If we're not going to table it, then this would be my motion.
All right, so we have a motion to appoint 3 individuals. Patrick, Jesse, Jill, any commentary, initial comments?
None.
All right, is there anyone from the public?
There is. First one is Carlene Town.
Name and address, please, for the record. All right, we'll circle back to her. See if the microphone will work, but we'll come back at the end to you. Who do we have next?
Next is Karen Shopshalowitz.
All right, Karen, name and address, please, for the record.
Karen Shabshow at 63 Wanda Street. I certainly agree with Jesse's comments and Patrick Murray about delaying the appointments. I think we should definitely reappoint these 3 dedicated people who have worked very hard on the vision of the library. And we've worked through the coronavirus. Matt, you say you haven't met with your group, and some of the appointments are over a year overdue. I definitely feel this is a political tactic to get non-library supporters on the board, and I think you have some nerve using this as a scapegoat and using your excuses. These people have been very dedicated, spent a lot of time on the vision of the library. We would have been into the Belmont building if it weren't for you three constantly protesting this. So we should at least postpone it till after the election so we see what's going on with the election. Rushing it through now is obviously a political scapegoat for you, particularly Matt, who is trying to score his notches in his belt. And I don't appreciate the way you attack library supporters and anybody else on the council that brings up support of the library. It's vicious and it's nasty and it's unprofessional. And these people need to be reappointed. This is their vision, which they have been working very hard on. And to put in some puppet for your sake is just unacceptable in a democracy. Unacceptable.
All right, who's next?
Carlene, is your microphone working?
On mute. It said unmute.
We can hear you now.
You're on now.
Muted.
Yep, you're muted again. Next is Mary.
All right, name and address, please, for the record.
Mary Nato, 10 2nd Street, Narragansett. I suggest that we delay a vote on this library board. And if we insist on voting on it, I want to mention that in 2018, Mrs. Mannix suggested that if someone was not running again for the town council, in this case, be Matt Mannix, at the time suggested Mike Mariotti do not vote on it. And so only 4 councilmen would be able to vote on it. And I strongly suggest that if you are going to vote on it, that you do reappoint the people that are currently on the board who've worked so hard. Thank you.
Feel free to say what you want about me with all your comments. Please don't mention my mom and my brothers. Thank you. Who's next?
Lori Kelly.
Name and address for the record.
Lori Kelly, 444 Ocean Road. I agree this should be tabled until after the election, and failing that, I strongly support the expertise of Ann Sullivan, Gloria Roman, and Gail Shields to be reappointed to this institution that they have served so well over the past years. And I want to read a part of the town charter because I think sometimes this council has just run roughshod over the charter. But the charter 42.21 says the board shall consist of 7 members, residents of the town, known for their civic dedication and known to be devoted to the public library as an educational institution. And I want to underline that again. Known to be devoted to the public library as an educational institution. And these people have served as active members of the board. They have also done considerable community outreach, time and money and volunteering for the staff and the patrons. During COVID, many of the, some of these library members were actually in the library scanning books while the building was closed. I strongly support their reappointment, and we know exactly how they stand with the educational institution of the library. Thank you.
All right, who do we have next? Ask our moderator.
Hello.
Name and address, please.
Oh, Nancy LaPasta Frazier, West Bay Drive in Narragansett. I fully support reappointing those 3 members, but I wish that Jesse would reconsider his motion and let each one be voted on individually. Since Mr. Lima and Ms. Lawler did not make any comments, I fear that there's going to be a 3-2 vote on not reappointing them, and then there's nothing that can be done. Let's vote on each one separately. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there another, I'm asking moderator if there's anyone else from the public.
There is Paul Zonfrillo.
Mr. Zonfrillo, name and address for the record.
Paul Zonfrillo, 7 Windward Circle, Narragansett. Yeah, so I think we could probably cast aside the conspiracy theories, just point out that Ms. Kelly was appointed on the very last town council meeting of the last term to renew her term. So the council has the full authority to do so. And, you know, it's little comments like this, little innuendo. We heard earlier that the businesses were a little concerned to speak up. You really hurt, talk about hurting democracy when you talk about all these things being conspiracy theory, something's unusual, etc. As far as these 3 candidates, you know, I think it's time for some new people on the board. They've served well, and we appreciate that in our community. But, you know, there's been a lot of what I would call groupthink around the library, and some people with new perspectives and new ways of looking at things are really sorely needed. And so I would look for new blood and people coming in here. That's all.
All right, thank you. Is there, I'm asking our moderator for if anyone else from the public.
There is. Next is Ellen.
All right, name and address, please, for the record.
Yes, hi, Ellen Koima, 109 Westmoreland Street. I am a trustee of the board. I fully support Gloria Ann and Gail's reappointment. I do want to make a point that if you were to go to the OLS website and check the handbook for the trustees, it clearly says that a trustee must be supportive of the library and that they must be a part of the community. It says there specifically in their handbook that they need to be involved with the community supporting the library, not only being in the library supporting the programs, but being outside supporting it, such as being a member of the Friends that does a lot of volunteer work. Also, it will show that you need to advocate for the library. So therefore, a trustee must advocate for the needs of the community as to what the people need, such as accessible handicap accessibility, the programs that they desire, and also the technology that is required. They must also advocate for the staff, that the staff is given the right work conditions, especially in this environment with COVID. They need specific qualifications for that. And it states specifically that they have to advocate for salary and also for their benefits. Now, if you are about to promote people or to admit people that do not meet these qualifications, who do not want to advocate and who do not want to be a part of the library community, they don't qualify. And lastly, I do want to approach Mr. Zonfrillo's thing. He requires we need fresh blood. I've been told that on other boards, there are men that have been on boards 20+ years. I think there are many people in this community that would feel we need some fresh blood there. But as far as Gloria and Gail, they've been a wonderful group to work with, wonderful women. As a board, we work really well. We're very civil to each other. We work through problems and issues, and we get things done. And I want to reiterate, somebody who wants to be a trustee as a court, there's many guidelines at the state, but most of all, you need to be a part of the community of the library, and you need to advocate for it. I'm done. Thank you.
Who do we have next from the public?
Next is Sue Amoruso.
Name and address for the record, please.
Sue Amoruso, West Bay Drive. I agree with Jesse and Patrick. I saw this agenda item on, and I couldn't understand why we were filling these positions with less than a month to go. And I think what's troubling is that this town council has members on it that have not been supportive of the library. It's been hostile at times. So I really feel, because this is a unique situation, it doesn't really fit the mold for, you know, the way things have been in the past. It really should be held off until after the election, especially since people don't get appointed on other boards for like a year or more. So there is no necessity. And I think in looking at the results of the election, people would have more confidence in whoever you were, you know, appointing to the board. I fully support the people that Jesse just mentioned, Gail Shields, Ann Sullivan, and Gloria Roman. And I was very interested to see that the town charter has to be followed. So I think if these people are not, you know, reinstated for, you know, a continuation, that if there are other people waiting in the wings, this new blood, so to speak, that people are referring to, I'd like to know what their qualifications are. And that was another thing, just in general, are these positions posted, not just this, but other positions on boards? Do they have the date? When do you have to apply? Is there a deadline? And who reviews these applications? Who goes through the qualifications? Who determines, in the case of the library, if the person applying actually has been involved with the library at all, is familiar with the workings of the library? And is it a published criteria, or is this just something that's kind of subjective? And also, I just think that it's just suspect. The whole thing is suspect because what has happened in this town. And I think the best thing for the town and for the community is to postpone this issue until after the election and let the election results speak for itself. And that way, any appointments that were made would have the confidence of the town, not that there's another ulterior motive to this. I just think if you want to promote harmony, then you've got to be above board. And I don't think waiting a month to fill some library positions is a great hardship for this town. Thank you.
All right, who else do we have from the public?
Next is Win Hames.
Name and address, please, for the record.
Win Hames, 30 Wood Avenue, Narragansett, Rhode Island. I'm going to support this motion as well. I don't think the library board members, they have term limits as well as all the rest of the commissions in town. Is that correct? Does anybody know that?
They do, but we're clarifying that because the board, but that's something that the new council may have to look at with the term limits because the terms are all different in length.
All right.
But, yeah.
Then you shouldn't start reappointing people who want to be reappointed, especially if they've done a good job in the middle of their term. That just reeks of politicalness.
They're not in the middle of their term. They're at the end of their term.
That's what I just said. Are they termed out?
No, you said they're in the middle of their term. They're not. Their term is over. Now that it's up again.
All right, they get to serve 2 terms, right? Is that the rule?
That is the general rule under the charter, but as I said, the terms, I know it's that is the general rule, but we have to look closely at that.
If they serve 2 terms and they have 2 terms left, that means that they're in the middle of their terms. Okay, you reappoint them for the second half of their term.
Yes, but they're not. It's a new term when you have a 2-year term. A 2-year term for certain boards. Some are 3-year terms. The planning and zoning have 5-year terms. The term is over after a year, and you can replace the person.
Usually, your terms will last for 4 years. 2 2-year terms. Okay, these people are up for their second 2-year term. They should not be replaced, like you said, in the middle of doing their 2 terms. That's what I'm referring to. You should not get in the habit of doing that for any commission throughout the town. And also, if you're considering new people, do they even have a library card? The new people you're considering? I would like to know that as well. But I fully support the Jesse's motion to move these people forward. Thank you.
All right, who's next?
Just Carleen Town, if sure microphone's working.
All right, if your microphone is working, name and address, please, for the record.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Carleen Town, 240 Wood Hill Road. I read the motion and I read the summary, and I noticed that you actually had 9 names on there, and I understand that Mr. Lynch has withdrawn his application. Is that correct? So,
Mr. Lynch has withdrawn his application.
okay. So I do have a great deal of respect for applicants Jarama, Moss, and Grinchenko, as I have volunteered with them at many library functions. But I would highly recommend that you reappoint Mrs. Shields, Mrs. Sullivan, and Mrs. Roman. They have served the library and the town well, and they deserve to see their vision for the future library to fruition. I have never seen Mr. Dentler or Mr. McLaughlin at any Friends meeting. To my knowledge, they have never volunteered to help at any program or event at the library, like Stone Soup, the book sale, or the library sale. I have never seen any of them speak in favor of the library at town council meetings, nor have I ever read one letter to the editor from them concerning the library. The other 6 candidates have been very visible in both words and actions. It has also come to my attention that a new applicant has come to light, that being Pat Brady. Is that true?
That is true. That's one of the applications, yes.
His name was not included in the summary of this motion that was distributed on Thursday afternoon. If his application was illegally backdated to include him, then there needs to be an investigation to determine who is responsible for adding his name after the application period ended.
The application period did not end, right?
It
Some of you
didn't end?
people need to get your facts straight about procedure, and
So-
you just spout things that are untrue, and it's
Well,
been exhausting
his
for a lot
name
of
was-
people at home. There's been.
Well,
a
you
lot
stop
of true
interrupting
things.
me.
Yeah.
Stop
Oh,
interrupting.
there we go. I'm trying to clarify for you because you made a misstatement.
Well, his name
You've done
was,
many times.
his name was not in this, oh, smirk away, Mr. Mannix. His name was not on the summary. So if you're including him tonight, then you're changing the motion, and that might be an Open Meetings Act violation. The Library Board of Trustees manages the Maury Lutyens Library and operates as the legal guardians and custodians of the facility. How can anyone who probably has never set foot in the library act as a guardian if he has no knowledge of the operations of the library, nor has ever publicly stated his support for the library? And Mr. Brady, isn't he the man who complained that all the library seats in the library were occupied by people in wheelchairs and that the library was not a daycare center back in June? Is that somebody you want making decisions about who gets to use our library? It doesn't take a scientist to see the TC3's influence in these applications. Did you purposely recruit these 3 men because you know they will act on your behalf at the library when you've all been replaced in November? Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Next is Karen Shevchalowitz.
He's already spoke. She already speak?
I think she spoke on this motion, but I'm not sure. I think she did. Who else do we have?
Meg Rogers.
Name and address, please, for the record.
Council President, will we be allowed to speak on the new appointments or just, am I required to speak only on this motion at this time? Will you be accepting comment later?
I haven't even thought of that. You can, if you comment now, if there's other individuals, and then we can
Okay,
go from
thank
there.
you. Meg Rogers, 68 Earls Court. Good evening again. So obviously there are 3 women who have demonstrated their fidelity to the library as an educational institution. And I would commend those people to you who are existing trustees. Failing that, I am imploring you to please not appoint anybody who does not specifically meet the criteria set forth in the Narragansett Town Charter. I just heard that Mr. Brady apparently has a late application and there was no deadline. And I do remember the council meeting the evening of June 3rd, when Mr. Brady went to the podium and engaged in a discussion about special needs people in wheelchairs. And I believe he stated that people cannot use the library the way it's supposed to be used. We have vans showing up and they fill up almost every seat in the library. This is not a daycare center. I'd like to know what's going on here. So obviously part of the mission of any public library is to serve as a place for anyone in our community to be able to access a safe environment other than their home, their school, or their work, where they could go and spend time and feel welcomed. And I know without a doubt that our gentle, open librarians here in Narragansett do all they can to create a welcoming environment for all people. And many public libraries, if not most, provide inclusive programming for all people. They make very little differentiation about people who have intellectual and physical disabilities, who are often on the receiving end of any kind of judgmental or discrimination. And I believe it's incumbent upon you to appoint people to the trustees who would advance that welcoming environment for people with intellectual disabilities. And it's, you know, people that are on the trustees, they don't just advocate for the library, they're the face of the library to the community at large. So his behavior that evening certainly begs the question, is that the kind of individual that you would want a parent or anybody who loves a person with intellectual disabilities to look to foster a welcoming environment for those people, be they residents or not? This is quite serious and very, very concerning to me. So I would ask that you at least reject his application or anyone that does not specifically meet the criteria that's set forth in the charter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
No, that's it.
All right. Is there any final council members wish to say anything before we call the vote? Mr. Lima?
I have none. There's a motion on the floor.
Mr. Murray?
Jesse, did you want to change your motion?
I
Go
will
individually?
Yeah, I think it makes
Withdraw
sense.
it, withdraw it? Okay,
Yeah, I'll withdraw it and
go one at a time.
place a new motion. We'll do it individually. So my motion is to reappoint Gail Shields to the Library Board of Trustees.
Second.
All right. Jill, any comments?
You're muted, Jill.
Ms. Lawler?
You're muted, Jill.
Thanks, Rick. None. No comments.
All right, so this is a motion. I just want to make sure we have this correct for Terry. The original motion in a second was withdrawn, and we have a motion for Gail Shields on the floor. Is that what you have, Terry?
It is, thank you.
All right, all in favor, starting with Mr. Lima.
Richard Lima, no.
Mr. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Pugh.
Jesse PUI.
Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, no.
Matt Mannix, no. Motion fails 2-3. Is there a motion for another appointment?
I will make a motion to appoint reappoint Ann Sullivan to the Library Board of Trustees.
Second.
All right, discussion. So we've discussed these three candidates, so I'm just going to call the vote on that. Mr. Lima.
Richard Lima, no.
Mr. Murray.
Patrick Murray, aye.
Mr. Pugh.
Jesse PUI.
Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, no.
All right, Matt Mannix, no. Motion fails 2-3. Is there a motion to extend the meeting for 15 minutes?
Jill Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
All right, as we know, we have to do this once we hit 11 o'clock. So all in favor of extending the meeting 15 minutes, because under our rules, we have to extend it 15 minutes at 11. All in favor, starting with Mr. Lima,
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray,
Aye.
Mr. Pugh,
Jesse PLI.
Miss Lawler,
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Is there a motion for an appointment or reappointment?
Matt, I'd like to make a motion to hold off on these appointments until the next meeting.
Okay.
Second.
Is there all right, discussion of that? Any, go ahead, Jill, why do you want to hold off for 2 weeks?
I want to make sure that this isn't going to be an open meeting violation should someone be appointed to the board.
Oh, okay. Regarding Pat Brady's application?
Correct. I mean, I do want to state that Mr. Brady is a fine man, and some of the things that were said about him tonight, I believe were very, very unkind and didn't need to happen. But I just want to make sure he is an advocate of the library. He has a lot of great experience. He has a landscape architect, so he's very good as far as helping us with planning a new library. And I think his talents are warranted, and I want to make sure that we can appoint him, and it would be A, not a violation, but B, also to make sure that he would be on that board.
All right.
Unless Mark can tell me that that's not, I shouldn't have that concern.
I think it's the prudent thing to do.
Okay.
Is there a reason not to go on with the other applicants and save that for 2 weeks since we've started the process?
Do that.
Can
motion for another candidate?
Sure. So I'll make a motion for two at the same time. A motion to appoint Doug McLaughlin and to appoint Jeff Dentler.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, discussion on that, starting with Ms. Lawler, since it was your motion.
No more. We need some
All right.
fresh.
Mr. Lima,
Yeah, I believe both of them will bring some fresh light to the board. Both are interested. Mr. McLaughlin was a former council person. Watched the finances very carefully. He's very dedicated in this town, as much as Mr. Dentler is. And I believe fresh blood will be able to, communicate with the library board. As it was mentioned tonight, communication. I tried to meet with since I got elected, with every council, every town manager, with the library board, and was denied. They didn't want to meet with me. So you got to be able to meet with these people, regardless what your views are. My view is, yes, I'm not a fan of the Belmont building because of the cost, but I am in favor of a library, the best library that the taxpayers in this town can afford. And I believe that this new blood would be great. Thank you.
Mr. Murray.
Well, this is what you call an old-fashioned coup d'etat, the library board. 11th hour appointments before an election for some bizarre political purpose. I just don't get this one.
Yeah.
I mean,
You didn't have a problem with it 2 years ago.
she's
same
the
exact
damn
thing
chairman of the board there, Mannix,
Same exact thing happened.
Well, you got a guy, Brady, who's suing the town. Isn't he suing the library? You're gonna appoint him to the board?
Jesus, you got people running that are suing.
Brady? I mean,
There are 3 people running for town council that are suing the town right now, Patrick. That argument doesn't work.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's the voters gonna appoint him, not the council.
Well,
Yeah, I know it's snarky and it's funny and it's pathetic. It's really sad. You people have put a
You bought the
wedge in this
Belmont building.
community on so many issues. And you know what? I'm so sick and tired, and I can't wait for this session, the 2018-2020 session to be over, because I've had a belly full of you three. Okay,
Yeah.
this is like your last gasp to
Yeah.
freaking shut this whole library board down, to shut what the people wanted in 2016. And I am so sick and tired of you've wasted so much staff's time, council time, and so much money in lawsuits. It's so ridiculous and petty what you're doing today,
Right.
tonight, and it's ridiculous.
Right. It's all about you.
No, it's not about me. It's about
All
the
right.
town. You fail to see that. You people fail to see that. It's all about
Pugh.
you.
Patrick,
Passing gate fees at the 11th hour just before an election. Oh, residents first, residents first. Give me a goddamn break.
You just don't agree.
Residents are first.
Just don't agree.
Residents are first. You just
Be
don't agree.
respectful.
You don't agree.
Mr. Pugh.
I will have something to say. Feel kind of speechless. 2 years and you feel like you can't get any lower than we've been. Seriously, I mean, you voted to sell the Belmont building. You wouldn't put out an RFP. You wouldn't listen to anything. Yeah, no mediator, no special election. That was bad. Yeah. Cut the library budget in half, 2 years in a row. Worse, probably. Now, for your personal vengeance, you're kicking people off the library board and roping in other private individuals into this game just so you can feel like you got something at the end. You can say you support a library as long as you want, Rick. It's clear people don't believe you.
Yeah, well, I want to put it up at the community center, Jesse, where it belongs. Where it belongs.
The ship has sailed, Rick. The ship has sailed.
No, you never offered
the ship has sailed, Rick. Where were you the last 10 years? Where were you? We were supposed to keep up with you to build a new library. You were there. You and Jill were there taking pictures when we bought the building. Where were your signs then protesting against the library location at the Belmont? Where were your signs then? But you dragged this whole crap out for the last year and a half. And it
from day one, I haven't been
crazy. The wasted time you've caused this community.
No,
and Mannix, you're the orchestrator of this nonsense.
Oh, please, Patrick.
So,
go make another deal with Gilbane, will you?
Oh, yeah, Gilbane. Yeah, Gilbane. Another deal with Gilbane. See that kind of rhetoric nonsense?
Well, that's what you did.
Boy, you couldn't wait to pass the 1 mile between liquor stores when the sale of the Pier liquor store fell apart. Well, where's your protection then? I mean, what you're so concerned about them, you wouldn't let them move out if they're alienated. I mean,
you don't want them to move, obviously.
You're just a minutia of just.
You want to move.
I have no words. I have no words. I just can't stand it. This is a coup d'etat against the library board. You're trying to put some dead ringers for a final gasp to try to kill this whole project for the community. It is a desperate, despicable act what you're doing tonight. Yes, it is.
You bought the building on the last night of your meeting.
Yeah, well, that's because we've been working on it 10 years. We've been working. Mannix himself said, I would support it if we buy the building and the land. And then he changed his mind. Then he votes to put the library in the pier only to cut the funding. So it's all a bunch of nonsense. It's for political posturing, and it should be a crime.
Right. It should be buying a building on the last night of the meeting.
This is the rhetoric in the division that this is the problem.
Well, Mannix, you're
the rhetoric in the division. Well, I haven't said anything.
You're the guy that's in charge of all this nonsense. This is the worst council in Narragansett town history. Because of you, Matt. Thank you.
Thank you.
And good luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
I'm going to send you $100. I hope you get to the General Assembly.
Thank you.
So there is, I was speaking at one point.
Sorry, Jesse, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Pugh.
I will mute myself.
There is rhetoric and division. We can see that. The question is why? Why does that happen? It's because, in my opinion, it's because of things like this, because you need to speak up when you see something like this happen. And I'll make 2 points. One point is the people that are nominated have never spoken in favor of the library in the 2 years that I've been on the council. The people that are being nominated right now. This isn't a personal attack. This is just the reality. They haven't spoken up in support of the library. They didn't speak when the budget was cut. They're not library advocates. And we know what type of person we're supposed to be appointing to the position. The second thing I'll say is that we will have a new town council in a month, and a town council has the power to remove board members as they see fit. So I'll leave that there. Because this could be corrected with the next council.
Yeah.
I've never heard anyone say that before, that you just remove board members. That's
Yeah.
new.
Yeah,
That's new. That's new.
No,
that's,
it's not new,
you
actually.
talk
That's-
about new. You talk about new lows. Miss Lawler, go ahead. Wow.
Yeah,
Hi.
Miss Lawler, go ahead.
I have nothing more to say, Matt. I think it's getting late. We've got 4 more minutes.
Oh yeah, we
Right.
have 4 more minutes. Right, exactly.
Move
So,
on.
all right. So, I just want to remind everybody what the concerns that people have had about this, and so many people have tried to put words in other people's mouth, and they've attacked them personally. They've attacked council members personally. We've seen defamatory remarks on Facebook by library supporters of Jill and Ricky, of others, and it's just been awful to watch, and nobody has really spoken out against it. It's hard as the president to do it because I've had a strong position on the issue. AA2 bond rating, right? We got it in May of this year during the corona, right? We maintained our AA2 bond rating, right? These are the reasons, the low taxes and the good bond rating are the reasons from the beginning that I've had concerns with this project, right? And why many others in town have those concerns. It is not easy to keep the low taxes and the bond rating that way. And there can be runaway borrowing spending, and you have to keep an eye on it because it's very easy to say yes to each and every little project, right? So again, I have it right here, Moody's Investor Service, where we had a AA2 bond rating, and we were, it was a very positive assessment of where we are. That being said, before I go back and call the vote, are there any comments from the public? Please be brief, because we have
2
we're gonna
minutes.
have to vote at 11:15, right? Go ahead.
First one's Laura Kelly.
Name and address, please, for the record.
Lori Kelly, 444 Ocean Road. I just want to say again, smoke and mirrors from Matt Mannix. The issue of people being on the library board is you have cut our budget for 2 years in a row. Our payroll is 756,000, and we are trying to go forward on 400,000. And once again, in the charter, the phrase is known to be devoted to the public library as a educational institution. And these two people who I do not know, and I don't know them from their work at the library or any devotion to the library. So it's not a personal attack, but I would think that this is in direct opposition to what you are supposed to be basing your decision on. And I call on you to prove me wrong. Show me their devotion to the library. They're speaking out in, presenting our budget and supporting us as an institution. And failing that, I would suggest that, this is wrong for you to go counter to what the charter says as a very important apolitical appointment to an important board. And I would say it doesn't matter whether Ricky wants to move it here or there. It's about the institution and the way it functions right now. And we need, I would prefer the people who are on it to remain on it. And failing that, there's 3 people who have qualifications and they should be appointed to the board. Thank you.
All right, do we have anyone else? I'm gonna ask our moderator.
We do. Next is Sue Amoruso.
Matt, it's 11:15.
Okay, is there a motion to extend for 15 minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor, Mr. Lima?
Aye.
Mr. Murray? Mr. Pugh?
No.
Ms. Lawler?
Aye.
Mr. Mannix, aye. Motion approved 3-1. 3-2. Motion approved 3-2. All right. Is there another comment from the public?
Yes, Sue Amoruso.
Name and address, please.
Sue Amoruso, West Bay Drive. I don't understand how these people can be appointed, and we have not had, as a public group, any knowledge of their qualifications. And I think it just shouldn't be for these people, but I just think we should have some background posted on the town website or something that would make us informed as to people who are serving on boards and what gave them the qualifications to get onto the board. So in these two instances, you know, as Lori just said, I mean, nothing against them, but they're not, it's not supporter of a new library, old library. It's people who are supportive of the library system, who feel that libraries are an important community resource. It shouldn't be involved with buildings and all this stuff. It's like the concept, the flow of the library, the spirit of the library. So I'd like to hear, as a citizen, what made these two candidates stand out over the people that you do not want to reappoint? What makes them, what service have they given? What public demonstration have they shown towards the library system? I mean, if you can't come up with anything, then it's in violation of the town charter and they shouldn't be appointed. And if you do appoint them without showing any evidence of this support for the library system, the concept of the public library that has served America so well, then yes, they do deserve to be removed. Because why would you appoint somebody that doesn't meet qualifications? And I asked about, like, are they posted? I didn't get an answer. You interrupted Colleen and said, oh, but this and that. I asked a whole series of questions. I mean, is there a deadline? Did these people meet a deadline? It looks like one of them did not. And who else?
I said there's no deadline. You guys repeat the same untrue thing.
No, I'm asking you.
This is there. No, I said it
that
already.
question.
There is no deadline until you can bring your application until 7/29. That's happened before. I've seen it happen before. I've seen it. And people, these are all public records. Terry, before her, Ann Irons, and before her, the clerk before her. These are all accessible. All these applications, if individuals want to see them, there are. I've looked at applications before I was on the town council. That's part of, we're not going to go through each application. We would be here, we would never stop the meeting. There would be no governance. There would be no governance.
That's not my point.
And so
that is not my point.
So I'm trying to clarify some things, but all people do when I try to share what the history was or something, I get yelled at by a Patrick, or we have somebody tell me that I'm interrupting them. But I'm trying to share with you my experiences on the council and in this group from the library advocacy for
But what you're not doing is you're not listening to me.
Well, I am listening. I just listened and I heard what you had to say. And I don't think you clearly didn't hear when Ricky said.
Answered my question.
Well, Ricky said that.
Questions was answered.
Well, Ricky answered your questions. One of them is a former council member, devotion to the community. One of them is a former council member. The other one served for a long time. So you can't say it's not in the. I mean, go ahead. I mean, that's so un-American if you're going to remove people from boards who are appointed. But go ahead. I mean, the angry mob has not been stopped. No one stood up. Finish your comments, Sue, and we're going to go to the others. And I ask people to be succinct in their comments. And this is just really, really sad.
But you have taken up more time telling me this stuff than I have.
But you asked the question, so I can't win, right? You don't want to talk about it. You don't want to.
I am trying to talk.
I will stop. I'm done.
Oh, good. Okay. So, but my point was that these people, I don't know them, they could have a lot of great qualifications, and serving on the town council, that's a whole different set of qualifications. But to serve on a specific board, you have to show some dedication, like you have to have something with business. You've got to have a business record. If you're doing something with shoreline, coastal issues, you have to show a service, an interest. You have to have something concrete that says this makes me a good candidate. So, and our charter protects this by saying, do the candidates possess library qualifications? So I don't consider serving on the town council as having a library qualifications. it's different. So that's my point. And I just wish that you'd stop categorizing people altogether of the library group as just being this out of control bunch. I'm just trying to present, because I actually thought about applying for this, but I thought, well, I didn't see anything posted on the town website. And I guess I missed the boat on this one. And I would consider myself, a person interested in libraries. I mean, I've supported libraries my whole life. This isn't just something here in Narragansett. So I think that's the kind of qualification that the town charter was looking for. And I would like to have some of the qualification from these people that are being presented besides, oh, he was a town council member. What have they done in a one-liner that shows they are devoted to the public library system, which is so important for American democracy? And I don't know how you translated that into me being un-American or whatever, or the library people being un-American. That is a little far out there. So just tell me, what have these two people done? And tell everyone who's listening, what have they done that qualifies them to meet that town charter? Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public, Mr. Holland?
Couldn't hear you, Dan.
Apologies. Next is Mary.
Name and address, please, for the record.
Yes, Mary Nato, 10 Second Street, Narragansett, Rhode Island. I was also trying to find out their background, the qualifications, what had they done to support the library. I've not seen any of these people in the Friends of Narragansett Library, or any people joining or volunteering to help with anything at the library, especially now that our budget is so short. So I'd really like to find out what these people have done as showed of advocacy for the library. Thank you.
All right, do we have anyone else? I'm going to ask our moderator.
We do. Next is Nancy.
Name and address, please, for the record.
Nancy LaPasta Frazier, West Bay Drive, Narragansett. I find it purely hypocritical that you would reappoint Galilee board members who have served 10, 15, 20 years, but then fire library board members because you want new blood. That's just hypocrisy. I also find it very disappointing that Mr. Lima, Ms. Lawler, and Mr. Mannix did not say anything prior to firing those 3 board members. And I will join with the others in calling to find out what the qualifications are of these people that you're nominating. Why isn't their resume attached to the motion? Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public?
Next is Win Hames.
Win, name and address, please, for the record.
Win Hames, 30 Wood Avenue, Narragansett, Rhode Island. I think was this one of the most embarrassing actions and a complete slap in the face of every resident of this town. I've been watching town council meetings and come into them for about 50 years now. I've never seen 3 people with such animosity to the general public as I've seen in this last 2 years. But I'll make a suggestion as far as this motion goes, that you table this motion, and if these applicants are listening to this, there's an outside possibility they might want to remove their names. Because as Mr. Pugh says, if people are appointed, and if the new council comes in, they might not even go to a meeting before they're replaced. And that would be embarrassing for them. So you should give these people a chance to withdraw their name, table this for the 2 weeks, and then see what happens. And try to get some decorum in this place. We're the most embarrassing town in this whole state. I travel this state, and you can't believe the number of people that say, what the hell is going on in Narragansett? How can these people be so rude and be so ill-informed? It's just a crying shame. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else from the public?
There is. Next is Paul Zonfrillo.
Mr. Zonfrillo, name and address for the record.
Paul Zonfrillo, 7 Windward Circle. the things that are laid out in the charter are very subjective. The people on the library board don't get to decide the qualifications of the new library board. So it's really very subjective. And as far as, really disappointed to see Mr. Pugh engage in mind reading, talking about personal vendettas. Very disappointed about Mr. Murray talking about a coup de grace.
Thanks, Sharon. Thank you, Sharon.
What was that?
Who knows?
Oh my God.
And
Ed, Mr. Zanfrillo.
verify. Yeah. So thank you for that show of decorum, Mr. Murray.
Yeah. Well, we're trying to follow our leader here.
Yep. So you're setting a fine example.
Thank you.
So, I would just say that when the library board had the votes, they voted. They voted to sell the building on the last night. Ms. Bonanno appointed Ms. Kelly on the second to the last night. So that's just the way it goes. So I think that it's just a bit much for Mr. Murray and Mr. Pugh to really make a huge deal out of it and overdo it. So, and Mr. Dentler, I know him personally. He's a fine person. He'll make a great board of trustee member. I'm done.
All right. Is there anyone else from the public?
That's it.
All right. All in favor, starting with Mr. Lima. This is for the Dentler and McLaughlin. Terry, do you have that?
I do, thank you.
All right. All in favor, starting with Mr. Lima.
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray.
No.
Mr. Pugh.
I will vote in 1 second. I would like to make a motion after this for the one more appointee, but for this one, I'm voting no.
And Mr. I'm sorry, Miss Lawler.
Jill Lawler, aye.
And Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 3-2. Is there a motion for another appointment?
Yep. I'd like to make a motion to appoint Gina Jarama to the Board of Trustees. She has a lot of experience specific to libraries. She was an employee of the library, not currently, and she's very, very qualified. So Gina Jarama as the appointee.
Or is there a second for that?
Second.
All right, discussion. Mr. Lima,
I have none.
Mr. Murray,
Yeah, I just hope you know that I have none.
Mr. Pugh.
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit more about Gina. This application has been in for almost 2 years. So that is January 8th of 2019, the longest application on file. So she has been waiting patiently. You may know her, she ran for state rep during this election. She's a teacher of history at the high school. I think she'd be a great board member, and I hope you guys will consider appointing her.
Miss Lawler.
I have no comment.
All right, is there anyone from the public?
There is Sue Amoruso.
All
Matt,
right, name-
11:30.
Okay, make a motion if you would like.
Motion to extend for 15 minutes.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, Mr. Lima,
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray,
No.
Mr.
No,
Pugh,
Patrick, no.
Mr. Pugh,
yes.
Miss Lawler.
Jill Lawler, aye. And Matt, I know it's tough, but can you try to keep people at 3 minutes?
Yeah, Matt Mannix, a motion, aye. Motion approved, 4-1. One member of the public, name and address, please, for the record.
Sue Ann Maruso, again, West Bay Drive. I will be short. Now, to me, Jesse's recommendation, this is a person, Gina, who I think is the kind of person you want to see on the library board. Just a track history of service. she's just a library system person. So I fully support his recommendation. I think she'd be an excellent, excellent addition to the library board. Thank you.
All right, all in favor, starting with Mr. Lima,
Richard Lima, no.
Mr. Murray,
Staying because of the
Yes.
process.
Mr. Pugh,
Jesse Pugh, yes.
Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, no.
Matt Mannix abstained. Motion fails 1-2 to 2. Jill, you had a motion to extend the remaining one remaining appointment for 2 weeks.
Correct.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second that.
All right, all in favor, starting with Mr. Lima,
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray.
Run that by me again.
There's a motion to extend the remaining appointment for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I.
Mr. Pugh,
Aye.
Ms. Lawler,
Aye.
and Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Items 23 and 24 are the union agreements, which are really important. I'm going to ask for the motion on 23, a motion to approve the tentative agreement negotiated between the town and AFL-CIO RI Council 94, Local 1179. Is there a motion?
Jill Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
Before we do this, I'm going to just call on the town manager. Jim, do you want to do these at this time, or do you think it's more appropriate to have them at the top of the next agenda because they're important for the town's future? I just want to get your input, or if you want to go ahead and approve them. I know the unions are probably anxious to have us vote, but do you want to speak to that? I have no problem either way if we wanted to withdraw them.
It'll only take a few minutes. It is important.
Yeah, let's get
It is important, but it's 11:30. But do you want us to proceed?
I'd like to try, yes.
Okay, all right. All right, why don't you go ahead on 1179, and then I'll speak on 1033 since we did that one together, but go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank Council 94 and actually on Local 1033 too for their collaboration, the collaborative approach to reaching these TAs. The agreement preserves benefits and job security for them and peace of mind at a significant savings from the budget that was passed. Taxpayers owe the employees in these unions a debt of gratitude. They get the work done every day, and they recognize the need to come to an agreement that preserve their benefits and job security and allow them to plan for the future, knowing exactly what to expect. 1179, the key elements are, or the contracts due from July 1 of 2020 through June 30 of 2023. This fiscal year, the net effect was a 0% raise. They get a 1% raise the last day of the contract, which is usually the basis for the following year, which is the next day at 2%, July 1 of 2021. And then again on 2022 in July with a 0.5% increase effective the last day of the contract. And again, noted there are no retroactive pay raises going into place. The wellness benefit that they had in their contract it's now tied to something, a qualifying event in year 2, where they have to get a physical. In year 3, multiple qualifying events along with the physical, and they have to register for it ahead of time to be qualified for the funds. A clerk's position, the town used the management rights to not fill a clerk's position, which freed up about $56,000 in the budget. And in concession, the union withdrew 2 matters scheduled for arbitration. One was a class action health and medical benefits arbitration. The other one was a dispatcher seniority bidding. Both are costly when you go to arbitration. Those are the key components of it. And again, I would like to thank the unions, the men and women that work for the town. They worked very well together with the town, and they saw the position we're in with COVID-19 and the uncertainty going forward with the budget.
right, thank you. Is there any initial commentary from the council, starting with Mr. Lima?
No, just that, again, I worked with the town manager on this, and, you know, through the times we're going through, we had to tighten it up. And, you know, the union themselves, they knew that the town is facing. And I give them a lot of appreciation in the fact that they went along with, if people understand contracts, you'll understand that, you know, 1% at the last day of their contract is a huge savings to the town. Huge. So they went with it. They were willing to give in. And I think that it was a great contract, not only for the town, but for them. And hope that, you know, whoever negotiates the next one will be able to get some fair to both parties. So thank you for that, Council 94 and Local 1179, and to Jim for putting his time in.
Thank you.
Mr. Murray.
Yes, I want to thank those two unions for those concessions, and the town manager. You guys did an excellent job. Thank you.
Mr. Pugh.
Well done. Thank you.
Ms. Lawler.
Yes, thank you to the unions for being so great to deal with Jim and with Matt and with Rick. Thank you.
All right, any commentary from the public?
We have one, Mary.
Name and address, please, for the record.
I'm sorry. Mary, this is Mary Nato, 10 2nd Street. I'm sorry. I actually must have hit it by accident. I apologize. Thank you.
All right, all in favor, starting with Mr. Lima.
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray.
Patrick Murray, aye.
Mr. Pugh.
Jesse Pugh, aye.
Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Item 24 is a motion to approve the tentative agreement negotiated between the town and Rhode Island Laborers District Council Local 1033. Is there a motion?
So moved, Jill Lawler.
Is there a second?
Second, Richard Lima.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Jim, but I just have a few comments regarding this one where I was the liaison. The highlight is, you know, that they are not receiving the salary increase for this year. That's a concession to the coronavirus lockdown, and I think it sets a good example, a really good example that they're tightening their belt because they're paid with taxpayer money, and so I did appreciate that. There are more specific terms of this that I'll let Jim get into regarding the wellness benefit and some of the language. But I just want to say 1033 is a union that I've done 3 rounds of negotiations with. So, and one of the reasons that we've been able to get concessions from these unions is that they realize that it's taxpayer money that funds their salary and their benefits. And so they are open-minded when they come to the table. And there's a lot of trust at the table, which is important. And between the council, you know, between the council and the town manager versus the union itself. And that's not easy to come by, right? These are people who, these can sometimes become very adversarial. And at times they can get animated. That has happened. I mean, as I said, there were 3, we had 3 separate times that I was at the table with these negotiations. I do want to thank the people who are the leadership in that union over the years, but 3 have been consistently there. Dan Holland, who is our moderator, he's one of the union leaders in 1033, and Sue Gallagher, both who also are very conscientious town employees, and then their liaison, Ron Boya, and then obviously other people who have been at the table, but they're not open the same. And I do want to point out 1033 was the first union to go to the One Health Plan 6 years ago. And that, as people can recall who were at that table, that took a long time to get, but the town at the time was administering 9 health plans. And we had very expensive health plans for some people. And so now we have got everyone on the Blue Cross Blue Shield the one plan, and all the other unions followed after that. But they were the first, and that was a big reform for the town. And Pam Nolan, actually, the late Pam Nolan, and I were on that team and really fought for that. And so I wanted to just recognize that union for that. So I'll miss working with you all and negotiating against you, but thanks again for your service. And we're going to now, Jim, if you want to just illuminate some of the details of that, if you would like to, if there's more you'd like to add.
That's the salary increases for the 3 years, very similar to 1179. And the longevity was staggered for this union. And in previous negotiations, it was done in exchange for healthcare concessions in the previous CBA. This provides longevity equality for the equity for the employees in the 1033. Again, the same with the wellness incentive. It'll be tied to benefits in year 2 and 3 to eligible events. And they agreed to a management rights statement that clearly states that nothing herein is intended to deprive the town of its complete discretion in determining not to hire a new employee or promote an employee if the town chooses not to fill a vacant bargaining unit position. It's rarely stated that strongly in a contract, but that's good. It's a good management right. And again, I'd like to thank them. They were very cooperative and collaborative. They stood their ground, but they now have some security going forward, and they know what to expect in the next few years, at least as far as wages and benefits go for them. And again, I think the taxpayers and the town owe them gratitude for that, because like I said, they get the work done. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Jim. Jim and I were on that negotiating team together, so that was had that experience together. So thank you to the town manager for that. Is there any commentary from the council, starting with Mr. Lima?
No, I'm fine. I just want to thank them.
Mr. Murray?
Thank you, 1033 and the town manager. Thank you for your hard work.
Mr. Pugh?
No comments. Thank you.
Ms. Lawler?
Thanks, everyone.
All right, and anyone from the public?
Nobody from the public.
All right. All in favor, starting with Mr. Lima.
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray.
Patrick Murray, aye.
Mr. Pugh.
Jesse Pugh, aye.
Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Item 25 is a motion to extend for 60 days the emergency ordinance providing for a moratorium on building and development that was initially adopted on January 21st, 2020 under the provisions of section 2-1-9B of the town charter. Is there a motion?
Jill Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
Discussion. So I'm glad that we were able to, I can't remember who called this to our attention, but that emergency ordinance, we are basically holding on the large buildings and those building permits is every 60 days must be extended. So I want to thank the staff for making that catch and getting this agenda item in. In terms of the dates, I just think it'd be easy if I turn it over to Mr. Davis to just walk us through the dates and what we're doing and when this would expire. Mr. Davis?
Matt, we have 1 minute.
Okay. I know. But I'm going to let, are there any questions on the dates? If it speaks for itself and everyone's comfortable, I can call the vote if council members want it. Does any council member want to say anything? Mr. Lima?
No, just hopefully, eventually this will all come to fruition where we'll finally get everything where it belongs and we'll have some control.
Mr. Murray?
All set.
Mr. Pugh?
No comments.
Ms. Wall?
No comment.
All right, so this is a 60-day extension. All in favor? Mr. Lima?
Richard Lima, aye.
Murray?
Aye.
Mr. Pugh?
Aye.
Ms. Lawler?
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Item 26 is a motion to adopt a resolution declaring the town's intent to commence enforce. Oh, motion to extend for 15.
Motion to extend for 15.
Motion to extend, please. Is
So
motion
moved.
to extend for 15 minutes from Jill. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, Mr. Lima?
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray,
No.
Mr. Pugh,
No.
Ms. Lawler,
Joe Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Item 26 is a motion, I'm sorry, motion approved 3-2. A motion to
Ain't this
adopt a
dog.
resolution. A motion to adopt a resolution declaring the town's intent to commence enforcement of Narragansett Code of Ordinances, Appendix A, Section 7.21, college student limitations, and Section 2.2, defining household as no more than 4 unrelated persons on September 1st, 2021. Is there a motion?
Joe Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
All right, discussion, I'll turn it over to, any comments from the council? Is Mr. Berg or Mr. Davis on the call?
Matt, I'm still here. It's Mark.
All right, Mark, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, sure. So as has been discussed several times now, the 4 unrelated and the 3 college students, both ordinances have passed and are technically effective. The question has come around to when enforcement will start taking place. And after numerous discussions, everyone realizing that contracts have been signed, people, deserve notice in time to make plans to ensure that they'll comply with these ordinances. Andy and I had recommended that the town adopt a resolution stating that enforcement will commence on or about September 1st, 2021, and that a letter be mailed to all registered landlords with the annual registration form, informing them of the ordinances and the timing of enforcement and giving them some guidance as to what they should be doing in the interim. So that's the background on the proposed resolution.
All right, thank you. Any comments from the council, starting with Mr. Lima?
I have no comments at this time.
Mr. Murray?
None.
Mr. Pugh?
No comments.
Ms. Lawler?
I do have one. I know that we had discussed having some language in to be very specific to say that any lease that was signed after the vote for the 3 would not be allowed. I just want to make sure that that is inserted into this language. So any lease that was signed prior to when we voted in August for the 3 would be okay, but any lease signed afterward would not.
Don't know if that's in the resolution per se.
I didn't see it, Matt. I
Do
know
you want to amend it? Is that?
Correct. Yes, please.
All right.
So we had discussed that.
Why don't we make an amendment? Why don't you try to articulate just an amendment, just kind of along what you just said, and kind of say it slowly for Terry?
Okay. And I'm really good at slow speech, right? Yeah, make a, to amend the motion to have any lease that was signed prior to when the council voted in August on the 3 to make the 3 law would be allowable, but any lease signed after the council vote in August would not be allowable, and that 3 ordinance could be then enforced.
All right, so this would be to amend the resolution to include essentially a whereas clause with that language. Is there a second to that?
I'll second that.
All right. Is there any discussion from the council on that? Mr. Lima?
I have none.
Mr. Murray?
All set.
Mr. Pugh?
Yeah, question for Mark. So when we talked about this in executive session, we had talked about the possibility of someone signing a lease in January if they had to shift housing or something came up with COVID. Is this something that you would advise that we amend and add into the language, Mark? Do you see any issues with this?
As we talked about it, Jesse, I think it's reasonable to give people notice and an opportunity to to plan. I know there were some members of the town council that that felt that anybody that had signed leases prior to the passage of the ordinance were grandfathered, but anybody subsequently signing it was subject to the new rules. So we have discussed it. I think the consensus was September 1st. I understand where Joe's coming from, but I think it would be very difficult personally to hold somebody accountable that signed a lease, you know, a week later that may or may not have been aware of it. And there's a lot of moving pieces with COVID. So I was satisfied with the September 1 language and giving everyone due notice when we sent out the registration forms.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So that was just for comment, right? We haven't voted yet.
No. This is an amendment. All right. Is there, Jill, do you want to elaborate any further on the amendment?
No, I'm good with at 11:52. I'm good.
All right. I'm going to call the vote on that amendment. Mr. Lima,
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray,
No.
Mr. Pugh,
I'll stick with the solicitor's advice. No.
Miss Lawler.
Aye.
All right, Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 3-2. So that's now incorporated into the larger motion, which is this enforcement date essentially of September 1st, 2021. All right, I'm going to go to the public if there's any comments from the public.
There is. First is Stanley Wojciechowski.
All right, Stanley, name and address, please, for the record.
Stan Wojciechowski, Boston Neck Road. I just, to target a special group, you're targeting students. I rented to some Chinese professors. I guess they're not a target. To target a special group in our society is so un-American. To have a zoning law target students. Now, if you want to target a number of people in a house because of noise, generally, if you want to target, you should make it everyone. But to target a specific group is, to me, so un-American. It's so difficult for me to, and I don't have a 4-bedroom, so I don't even have a stake in this issue. It's an American issue. It's a step in a direction to find a group of people that we can say we don't want in this town, or we don't want you here. We want you out of here. And if we can't do anything else, we'll try not to give you housing. I don't know what's next. Can we arrest them? Yeah, we're going to arrest them now. You're going to send police and you're going to send government officials into these houses to verify. Are you going to tattoo their status on their arms? I mean, this is so anti-American. I can't shut up, and I'm so sorry to cause this, but student must be taken out of there. You must do something and you want to deal with noise. Jamestown's dealing with noise. They're out there with a sound meter or something. They're dead. You got a noise problem, we got a noise problem. There are many ways to deal with noise problems, primarily with a noise sensor and police action. No, we're going to go target a sector of our community and make them seem like they're less important. And I can't take it. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public?
Yes, there is. Catherine Celebrado's next.
All right, Catherine, name and address, please, for the record.
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. First, the rental owners have been following these ordinances from day one. And evidence of that is as soon as this 3-student ordinance was passed, they were in court suing us. I don't really think they needed notice. If you want to give them 3 months to comply, fine. The other thing is this resolution isn't written correctly. Someone reading this could assume that as long as they signed a lease before September 1st, 2021, they were all set and there wasn't going to be any enforcement on them. I just don't think the wording is correct. The 4 unrelated ordinances has been on the books for 3 years, and now you're proposing we're not going to enforce either that one or the 3 student ordinance. This is just ridiculous in plain English. But again, I don't think this is written properly. I think there's going to be a problem with the wording. The September 1st, 2021, you have to be much clearer that that isn't a lease by date. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public?
Yes, next one is Steve.
All right, Steve, name and address, please, for the record.
Thank you, council members. Stephen Ferrandi, 44 Sylvan Road. I just have one clarification. I see Jill adjusted that to the leases prior to August 24th. So we need a baseline for that and find out how many leases are out there for then. And that's the baseline of, let's say, a previous lease. We were assuming, you know, the student rentals go from September to June or May. Sometimes some are up in January and there's a new crop comes into January. So as long as I understand that the people that have leases now have to validate their lease and say, okay, you know, we're giving a grace period, but do they have to show their lease to show they're going to have a grace period so we don't run into something like Catherine's saying about, okay, someone signs a lease next year in May already for the next year. We're going to go into effect on September. It's all kind of about getting a baseline of how many rentals are out there and then when you start the clock for the new ordinance. That suffices that, I'm okay with it. I think there's some baseline there. If someone's understanding.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else from the public?
That's it.
All right, any final comments from the council? Mr. Lima?
Nope.
Mr. Murray?
All set.
Mr. Pugh?
No.
Ms. Lawler?
I have none.
I just had a concern about pushing this date so far out, and I would prefer a much earlier enforcement date. People have waited for these ordinances for some time, and I think it should be a top priority of the new council. The new council is going to have to deal with the rental registration, fee, because we budgeted for an increase to it. Okay, and we're not going to be able to do that, I don't think, before the end of this term. So I've talked to the town manager about it. It's going to be the top priority for the new council so they can get those forms out, but you don't want to have a budget shortfall. And I know there were a lot of different opinions about that on the council regarding that rental registration fee. So I didn't think it was something we would be able to do quickly and get 2 readings through. So again, I just want that on the record. That's linked to this. But in terms of this, I think September 1st, 2021, as I expressed to the other council members in the executive session, is way too early for an enforcement date. All in favor of this item, starting with Mr. Lima?
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray?
No.
Mr. Pugh?
Jesse Pugh, aye.
Ms. Lawler?
Jill Lawler, aye.
Matt Mannix, no. Motion approved 3-2. And finally, item number 27 is a motion to approve the amendment to employment agreement following the recent performance evaluation of town manager James R. Turney by the town council. Is there a motion?
Jill Lawler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Richard Lima, second.
All right, and before that discussion, I'm going to ask for one more motion to extend. Is there a motion to extend for 15 minutes?
Motion to extend to 15 minutes, Jill Lawler.
Thank you. Is there a second for that?
Richard Lima, second.
All right, all in favor, starting with Mr. Lima?
Aye.
Mr. Murray?
No.
Mr. Pugh?
No.
Ms. Lawler?
Aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 3-2. So this final item we talked about as a council. We had a performance review with the town manager in which we basically had unanimously positive reviews of his performance. The performance reviews for the town manager are common. We've conducted them with the prior town managers, at least the ones that I've served with. Especially high marks for his leadership during the coronavirus lockdown, which required him to be nimble and to react to different challenges that we had. And what I think has been important is his focus on operations of the town hall, keeping those operations going. But he did express a concern about longevity and stability. The town manager position in the past is one that's been politicized, but in the last several years, it's something that we've really been good about depoliticizing. Town managers who have left have been either under unfortunate circumstances, such as Pam's death, or somebody leaving for another job. But fortunately, it's not been a political issue. But there's concerns that it is a political issue in this campaign. And so he asked for amendments for job security to this particular contract based on his performance. He did not request a raise, which I think is really a great model for him to put out there during the coronavirus lockdown for both public sector and for private sector, because many of the private sector is suffering with job loss and with job salary decreases to 80 or to 80% or to lower their salary. So my concern is, and what the concern he also expressed in our executive session is he would want there to be language that if a town council were to remove him, it would have to be for cause. He wants an extension for 1 year of his contract to 2023. He wants to increase the amount of time for any severance if he is terminated by the council to go to 135 days. And then he asks for the vehicle allowance to increase from $4,800 to $6,000, right? That's less related to the job security. The first three were much more related to that. And it's important for us to have stability in this position. And again, to have this position depoliticized and not something that, as I said just a decade ago, was something that was a political issue in town in campaigns. So with that being said, if I'd like to ask the town manager to speak regarding this and to address the council and the public. Go ahead, Mr. Tierney.
Good evening, good morning, everyone. I do want to just take the opportunity to talk on this briefly. I just want to express my sincere appreciation to all the town council for taking the time last week to conduct an in-person performance evaluation of my service to the town of Narragansett as the town manager. The overwhelming positive evaluation from all of you regarding my performance as a town manager sent a clear message to me. You are appreciated, things that we all like to hear. I've worked tirelessly for the town and for my 5 bosses, as I call it, and I'll continue to do so. The town council considering an extension of my employment agreement speaks volumes of confidence and trust that you have for my abilities and genuine concern for our town. I don't take this confidence and trust lightly, and I will not let you down or the town. I'll continue to work diligently in the best interest of the institution, our town. I say it often and I mean it. I love this job, some days more than others. But additionally, I'd like to remind everyone that I'll continue to serve the town with integrity, civility, courtesy, professionalism, transparency, and respect. I'll continue to always appreciate the hard work and spirit of our town staff, as they are second to none. And together, we will all get the job done and get it done well. I'd like to thank the council for their service as well. I know your job's not easy and you've treated me fairly. I just hope you consider these items. Thank you.
Yep, and thank you. And I'm just going to ask for initial commentary from the council on this item, starting with Mr. Lima.
Well, I'm glad that, Jim, you were selected. Again, it was Mr. Murray who brought your application forward, and I've supported that application from that time. I think that you've done a fabulous job with your staff. It's nice to know that Town Hall, when you walk in, it's pleasant. And I hope it continues that way. And I hope that you continue to be a town manager. I know that you're in for the long run, and Narragansett needs a long run town manager that actually lives in the town and drives around and sees what's going on, communicates not only with the residents, but the businesses that operate in this town. And I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Murray.
James, you have my 110% support. You make a great, you run a great daycare center. Thank you. And welcome, what happened to the the building inspector? I guess he went home. Okay.
Once the building official stuff was over, I said, you can sign off now.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I think I would have checked out a couple hours ago. All right, congrats, and you got my support. Continue. Thank you.
Barely have any voice left at this point in the night. Yeah, I mean, I'm part of the 5 council members that unanimously, approve of your performance. We had a review. I think it went well. So, you definitely have my support, just like all the other council members. And we're all, very happy with the job you've done. I do have a quick question for Mr. Davis, if he is on. Mark, there is one aspect of these changes that I wanted to ask you about, and that is the just cause wording that we're talking about possibly adding. My understanding of the position, and this has nothing to do with Jim specifically at all. It's just about the position, is that this position is one that serves at the pleasure of the town council, and that's how it's been. So wouldn't that mean that any town manager could be terminated for no reason at any point? And again, this is just the precedent that has been set with this position and the way it's defined in the charter. So I am looking for your input on that.
Sure. So I've reviewed the charter. Article 2 gives the town council the authority and actually the obligation to hire a town manager. Article 3 speaks generally about the town manager being dismissed by a majority of the town council. But the town council also has the authority to enter into contracts. And as everyone knows, there is a contract in place. One would, I think, categorize that contract as an employment contract. And some of the language in there speaks to specific instances in which there's penalties for malfeasance and the like. So I think the town council, should they decide under the charter, they would be allowed to put some constraints on the terms of Jim's employment. I'm not a big fan of lowercase cause, undefined. In a typical employment agreement, there's 4 or 5 items that are spelled out, willful misconduct, arrest and conviction, misappropriation. I mean, there's generally 4 or 6 very specific conditions that would allow the town council to immediately terminate the town manager for cause. So that's the long answer. The short answer is I couldn't find anything in the charter or the Rhode Island general laws that would prohibit you from doing it. I think as a practice, my understanding is that it hasn't been done frequently, but Jesse, I don't see anything in the charter that would prevent it.
Okay, yeah, that was kind of my question, whether it was in conflict with the charter, and your opinion is that it is not. The complication is just the definition of what cause would be, if that ever.
Correct.
Okay, all right, yeah, that I'm satisfied with that. Thank you.
Ms. Lawler?
I want to echo what most have already said. Jim, very happy with your employment. So happy that you're here. And I do have a couple of concerns, and as Jesse just stated, it's nothing to do with Jim. It has to do with making sure that we protect the town for potential future opportunities that might occur. But the term "for cause" does concern me. What I just heard from Mark makes me want to say that when the next charter is done, we need to take a look at the charter and include some specific issues that would allow for a council to fire a town manager. So I think that's a great suggestion for the next time we look at the charter, which is like right around the corner. So that's a good thing. So I'm concerned about the word "for cause." I'm happy to give you an extra year on the contract. I think that's great. I'm happy as far as the increase is very small for the mileage, I mean, for the car. But for the clause as well as for the increase in severance, I'm not in favor of those two things, but I'm very much in favor of Jim Tierney.
All right, thank you. We discussed in executive session the four clause and the charter, and I think the charter is clear that the town manager serves at the pleasure of the council, and they don't have to give a reason. The contract, in some sense, is a statement of basically saying that cause should be shown, but the charter is going to trump the contract. But Jim is asking for this because in the contract, and this is something that's included in my description, based on the review and pursuant to the employment agreement, is a desire of the town to make possible full work productivity by ensuring employees' morale and peace of mind with respect to future security. That's really why the four clause is going in. Okay, that's kind of the reason for it. I think Jim understands that the charter trumps the four clause language, and Mark and Jesse have had that conversation. We had the conversation in executive session. In some sense, it's somewhat symbolic, but it's really stems from providing that morale and peace of mind. Is there anyone from the public, Mr. Holland?
There is Stanley Wojciechowski.
Name and address, please, for the record.
And Wojciechowski, Boston Neck Road. I heard no pay raise. Wow, what an example, no pay raise. I want to thank you very much. Every taxpayer is sitting here very happy when they hear that kind of story. I understand you need some extra money for the car. Doggone cars cost a lot of money. I can understand that's justified. But when you come out there and say no pay raise, that example is out there for all to see and hear, and understand that's the situation we are in right now. And for you to do that was exemplary. I want to thank you very much for that action.
Is there anyone else from the public?
There is Catherine Siliberto.
Catherine, go ahead.
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. I just want to say that I'm in favor of this contract. I think that Jim has been the most accessible town manager we've had in my recent memory anyway. You send him an email day and night, weekends, he always responds to you. So I think he's doing a good job, and I think he deserves to have an extension. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Again, thank you to Jim. Is there anyone else from the public?
Nope, that's it.
All right, all in favor on this motion again, which is it's amendments to that contract that I articulated those for, starting with Mr. Lima.
Richard Lima, aye.
Mr. Murray.
You're muted, Patrick.
Still muted. Oh, there you go.
Patrick Murray, aye.
Mr. Pugh.
Jesse Pugh, aye.
Ms. Lawler.
I'm going to abstain from it. And Jim, it's nothing for you. It's just that the language of the at cause that frightens me for future, not for you, but for future. Abstain.
Oh, thank you. Matt Mannix is aye, so the motion is approved 4-0. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll move that motion. Second, whatever.
All right, Pat made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Lima. All in favor, starting with Mr. Lima.
Aye.
Mr. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Pugh.
Aye.
Ms. Lawler.
Aye.
Matt Mannix, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night.